Good evening, everyone. The time is now 5 p.m. and the Warwick City Council Finance Committee is open.
You're up.
If I may have an acceptance of the minutes for the committee meeting held on July 18th, is there a motion?
Move favorable.
I have a motion. I have a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. First is PCR 97-22. Bid number 1 is 2023-097, Class A body repair and painting. Good evening, Major Lima.
Good evening. The police department went out to bid to seek qualified Class A body repair and painting vendors to establish a rotating list for the repairs of various vehicles maintained by the department under bid 2023-097. We received 3 qualified bids. The police department currently has another bid in place that is similar to this, but only has full collision repair licensed vendors, which are classified as Class B auto body shops. This bid only includes Class A auto body shops. This new bid will give the department options to choose a repair shop that goes above and beyond the minimum requirements to become certified in the state of Rhode Island. The police department is recommending that this award be awarded to all 3 vendors: Affordable Auto Sales, A1 Custom Auto Body, and Tasca Collision. If approved, financing would come from the police department operating budget code 76-358, insurance proceeds, and code 30-330, auto and vehicle maintenance, for a total not to exceed $90,000. This is a 1-year contract, which we would like to begin on August 23rd, 2022, which would coincide with our Class B auto body bid.
Thank you, Major. I realize I caught some of the councilmen off guard, so I'm giving them an opportunity to catch up. Is there any questions from members of the committee? Thank you. Any questions from members of the council? Councilman Lattisaw.
Thank you, Chairman. Good evening, Chief. How are you?
Good evening, Major. Thank you.
So, Chief, how do you interpret the rates for paint, repair, front, rear bumpers, etc.? A1 Custom Auto Body has $52 an hour. Affordable Auto Sales has $500. Is that a flat rate?
That's correct. When we contacted them, they tell us how many hours it should take to do a job, and it comes out to about the same numbers.
So A1 is saying that they're going to have less than 10 hours on a vehicle?
Correct.
Okay. And you say you had contacted A1 about that?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Any other questions from members of the council? Questions from members of the public? Questions from members of the public? Thank you. The second bid is 2023-128, State of Rhode Island Wireless Cellular Services. Good evening, Director Carlucci.
Good evening, Phil Carlucci, Director of MIS. This is a request under City Ordinance 5610 to piggyback off of Rhode Island State MPA 299, which is in effect until 6/30/24, covering wireless communication services and equipment, and awarded to Verizon Wireless in the amount of $86,360. This would cover us from the period of September 1st, 2022 through August 31st, 2023. The cost is actually split across a number of departments that are listed on this letter that makes up the total. Those are historic estimates, of course, as a cell phone gets decommissioned or a new one's been added. That varies slightly, but for the most part, those are the covering costs.
Thank you, Director. Any questions from members of the committee? Questions from members of the council? Questions from members of the public? Questions from members of the public? Thank you. Thank you, Director. Item number 3 is 2023-091, remove and replace repair roofs at Fire Station 8. Good evening, Christy.
Good evening. Public Works is requesting to award the bid for the removal and replacement and/or repair to the roof at Fire Station 8 in the amount of $81,000 to Plan B Construction. They were the lowest overall qualified bidder with a 2-year warranty. And,
I'm sorry, Christy, I couldn't hear you. What was that, please?
they were the overall lowest qualified bidder and they offer a 2-year warranty on the labor, and then the GAF lifetime limited warranty for the material.
Thank you. Questions from the committee? Questions from the council? Councilman Lattisaw.
Thank you. Hi, Christie.
Hi.
Christie, how many square feet of roofing is this entail?
I don't have the bid specs with me.
Well, I think it's relevant to determine what the square footage cost is per foot on this material and the labor. So you don't have any square footage information.
I don't have it with me.
So then I can't come up with a number for a cost per square foot. Obviously, you know I'm experienced in this type of work. So because we don't know how many square feet we're talking about, I don't know if these prices are good, bad, or indifferent. And I'm particularly concerned with such a significant difference in costs and not knowing what the square footage is. It's going to make it very difficult to analyze that. You said that it comes with a 2-year labor warranty, GAF limited lifetime warranty. What is the warranty on the metal roofing? GAF is a manufacturer of the product. I'm not aware of them making metal roofing. So who would be the manufacturer?
The metal roof is a repair. They're not replacing it.
It's what, please?
It's a repair. They're not replacing it.
It's a repair. Okay. And we have over here an additional decking per square foot price of $10 a square foot. Is that $10 a square foot per layer of additional decking? Or does it matter if it's 2, 3, or 4 additional layers of decking?
I'm not entirely sure what you mean by that.
Okay, so when you're replacing this roofing, and I'm assuming that being a GAF product, we're talking about an asphalt fiberglass type shingle as opposed to rubber roofing?
I'm sorry?
I say, based upon the information here that it's a GAF limited lifetime warranty, I'm assuming that this is an asphalt or fiberglass shingle as opposed to rubber roofing?
Correct.
Okay. This pricing of $10 per square foot, is that regardless of whether or not the decking is plywood or plank boards?
Yes. It was not specified whether or not it was decking or, I'm sorry, whether it was plywood or plank boards.
And Plan B construction, are they a licensed roofer in Rhode Island?
I would imagine so. Do you have any information that they're not, that we would need to change the recommendation?
No, that's, my question is, do you have a license number? This is a commercial building, so they're required to have a commercial roofer's license to do this building. Do you have the number?
I don't have the registration number, but I would imagine if they weren't qualified to do the job, they probably wouldn't submit a bid.
Well, I would not assume that. Purchasing would have reviewed this, correct?
They open the bids and they send them to the departments for review.
I think I saw,
Councilman, if I
Yes.
may, you've asked a few questions. Just want to make sure there's no follow-up questions from members of the council.
can I finish with this questioning on this item before we jump to something else?
We're not jumping to something else.
Or someone else?
I'd like just to see if there's any follow-up questions from members of the council, and then we'll go right back to you. Councilwoman Travis or Councilman Rex? You're all set. Go ahead, Councilman. Council President.
Chairman, with all due respect, I think that was unnecessary. I'm in the middle of a question on a particular item. You could have at least waited until I finished the questioning on that item to interrupt and ask someone else if they have a question about it. I think that was uncalled for.
Councilman, you were preparing to call another person from a department up to ask a question. So what I felt was appropriate was to give other council people if they had any other follow-up questions. This committee, during the course of the time, did our due diligence. We received these packets over 10 days ago, and we made our phone calls. And as I've said numerous times, these are phone calls that you are always welcome to make. And I just wanted to make sure the other council members didn't have any other follow-up questions while you continue into it with another department head.
Well, that's fine. Whether I was going to another department or this department, the questioning was on the same issue. And whether I choose to ask the questions on the floor so that all of the residents that are listening in can hear the questions as well as the answers, or do it by phone is my privilege. And I choose to ask this question on the floor. And for the record, I was on vacation. I didn't return home from vacation until Friday, and I was not unable to get into this until Friday.
I
But
can
did it
respect
over the
that.
weekend. I got it done. So the question still remains.
So I
is-
can respect that, and I will respond. This committee, it is our task to review as a committee, as you were well aware in the 4 years you were the chairman, it is our job to review this packet and make a recommendation to the council, which is what we are prepared to do. So in the meantime, while respecting the other council members and time and the amount of items we have to go through, I checked with the other council members to give them a chance to ask the question. So I understand that you don't have, they didn't have a question, so now you're welcome to call up the next department head that you wish to ask the question with.
So it brings me back to whether or not anyone, whether it be Department of Public Works or Purchasing, has a Rhode Island license for this roofer to do commercial work. Because if they don't, and there is no license, then we shouldn't even be voting on this. So that's my question. Does anyone know? And I shouldn't have had to even make a phone call.
They do have one.
They do have one. What is
Yes.
the number?
The number's not available at the moment, but it's the director stating that they do have a commercial license.
Okay, if you could send me that license number, please, I would appreciate it. That's the questions I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Are there any further questions from members of the council? Further questions from members of the public? Further questions from members of the public? Thank you. The next item is bid number 4, which is bid 2023-136, a 2022 Ford F-150 police response four-wheel drive crew cab. Good evening, Chief.
Good evening, Chief McMichael for the Warwick Fire Department. We're seeking a 56 exception to bid for the purchase of a 2022 Ford F-150 police responder four-wheel drive crew cab vehicle to replace the current 2012 Ford Expedition command vehicle that was recently heavily damaged in an accident on Route 95. The vehicle was scheduled for replacement in the fiscal year 23 capital expenditure budget due to its age and condition, and on July 26, it was heavily damaged in an accident on the highway. The vehicle will be purchased from the Colonial Municipal Group under the Greater Boston Police Council cooperative bid. The total cost of the vehicle is $54,179.75. The reason for the exception to bid request is due to the availability of the vehicle. Productivity in the motor vehicle industry is extremely delayed, and the vehicle is already scheduled for assembly. This particular vehicle was ordered by a fire department and was which later canceled their order. The police department fleet manager, who we rely on for our vehicles that are not fire trucks or rescues, urges the purchase due to the unexpected availability of this vehicle and due to the lack of inventory and the slowdown in production that we're seeing across the market.
Thank you, Chief. And as it states in your position paper, the reason for the exception of the bid is the availability of the vehicle, which we all have experienced has been some challenges at times, correct?
That's correct. We're seeing unprecedented delays. We have had, for instance, 2 rescues on order for almost a year now that we still have no timeline in effect because of the unavailability of the cabin chassis.
And this one, as it states in your position paper, this was ordered by a department that later canceled the order. So this isn't a waiting, it's ready to go. We just have to buy it.
Yes, sir, that's right. And if we didn't do the 56-6 request, then certainly it would be sold to another community looking for the same type of vehicle. This vehicle is less expensive than what it's replacing, brand new. It's replacing a Ford Expedition. Expeditions are several $1,000s more than this vehicle is. And this vehicle would be a multi-purpose vehicle. In addition to being a command vehicle for our use, it would additionally also be able to tow some of our smaller boats and trailers as well, as well as move manpower around from scenes to relieve shift change when we have instances that carry over the shift, and basically a good trailer and people mover for us.
Thank you, Chief. Well done. Councilman Foley.
If we don't purchase this tonight, if we don't approve this, what do you anticipate the wait time would be to get a replacement vehicle?
I would estimate at least 6 to 9 months to be able to get a vehicle.
In a follow-up to that, the cost, what would you say an additional cost would be?
Well, I think it would put us in the 2023 year, which I do have some estimates on that. The 2023 Ford F-150 would be $42,000 is the price that we have versus the price on this vehicle, which was $34,700 before the upgrades and the lighting packages and things of that nature. So it's significantly more money.
Okay. Thank you, Chief. Councilman Gebhardt.
My microphone fell apart. Hey, Chief, thanks. Just one question for clarification on the bid. You mentioned that this vehicle was in an accident. Are there any insurance proceeds? Because the position paper reflects that this will all come from ARPA monies, but is it a combination of ARPA and insurance?
There will be some insurance monies. We haven't settled on the final cost yet. It will be no less than $14,000. We're still calculating some lighting and other damage that was included in that accident on that vehicle to figure out the final insurance settlement.
So just to clarify, so when you finish beating up the adjuster on that one, the total dollars that'll come out of the ARPA fund that we see on this bid will be less the insurance proceeds from the vehicle damage.
Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Any questions from members of the council? Councilman Lattisaw.
Thank you. Hi, Chief.
Hi, Councilman.
Chief, do we have any of these vehicles now, these police responder four-wheel drive crew cabs?
We do not in the fire department. I believe they're relatively new to the market. I don't believe that this type of vehicle, the F-150 police responder vehicle, has been on the market all that long. From what I was reading in some research, it looks like it's something that's relatively new on the market that Ford has been advertising. It's more of a beefed up vehicle to handle the idle time, the electrical components, and things of that nature on the vehicle.
What is the difference between this F-150 police responder four-wheel crew cab replacing a 2012 Ford Expedition Battalion Chief Command Vehicle? What's the difference between the two vehicles?
Cost would be one of them. It would be more expensive to replace the damaged vehicle with a new Ford Expedition. That would be $3,000 to $4,000 more at least than a Ford F-150.
Is the coloring of this police responder four-wheel drive, is it all red like the rest of the fire department vehicles?
It is, yes. And because it was ordered by a fire department in red and then canceled, it just so happened that it was be the exact color that we would order. Otherwise, we would, if we did order a vehicle, again, we'd be at that 6 to 9 month, again, that's an estimate, time range to order a vehicle, which at that time we'd order it red. But this one, was ready for assembly, and they already had it scheduled for the color red.
I was curious because on my way over here today, I had what I thought was a police SUV pulling up behind me, not with lights flashing or anything, just in the normal course of driving. And it went on to pass me, and it caught my eye because it was labeled Fire Department this and Warwick Fire Department that, but it was a black vehicle with some red stuff on it. So that's what prompted these questions.
So that vehicle that you're speaking about is a replacement vehicle. That is a former police vehicle that was being decommissioned from its current use in the police department that we were able to use on a temporary basis to due to the accident of having the vehicle totaled. So the fleet manager in the police department was able to take that vehicle and very quickly, he really did an outstanding job on it, and I'm very grateful to him and to the police department for accommodating us in this time when that vehicle was destroyed in the accident, and allowed us to put it in the vehicle in service. So that is a vehicle with high mileage and at the end of its life for the department, but it's able to get us through this time in a pinch.
So that was something that would just transfer it over to the fire department, such as the police department transfers some of their old cars over to another department.
That's right.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Any other questions from members of the council? Questions from members of the public? Questions from members of the public? Thank you.
Thank you.
At this time, thank you, Chief. We will get into the remainder of the bid package, the items that are underneath the required 50,000 threshold. I would request through the committee, then to the council, then to the public, any items people would like to have taken out to be discussed. I would like to start per requests of the sponsor to call on bid 2023-143, which is number 6 in our packet, found on page 20. I would like to discuss that. Any requests from members of the committee? Councilman Foley.
2023-140, item 12.
Thank you. 2023-140, that's number 12 in our packet. From Ward 1, that is also found on page, page 88.
And that's why I'm asking, I have a poll 2021-064, item 15.
He also requests that we pull 2021-064, that is found on page 115. And that is from Ward 1, Councilman Foley. Thank you. Councilman Gebhardt. Do you have an item number on that? Number 8. Thank you. Oh, there it is. So 2021-093, Ward 9, that is found on page 27. Members of the council, are there any items from the bid packet you would like to discuss? Members, department?
Yes, I just wanted to step back to one that has already been addressed, 2023-091. We are going to request to hold that to the next meeting so we can get the appropriate information from the vendor to satisfy the council person.
2023-091?
Yes.
Okay. So after I'm done seeking all, I'll then go back and I'll request a PCR for that so we can hold, correct? Okay. So that was, yep. It's item number 3 on the bid package, 2023-091. Per request of the department that this item be held, may I have a PCR? It's PCR 100-22. Christie, is there a time that you would like to hold it till?
September 7th, please.
September 7th?
Yes.
Per request of the sponsor, to this be held till September 7th. Former bid 2023-091 is now PCR 100-22. I make the motion. Is there a second? Second. Double seconded? All those in favor?
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Christie. Are there any items from members of the public that they would like to discuss on the bid package? Are there any items from members of the public that you would like to see discussed on the bid package? Thank you. We'll go first to Mr. Broster. We'll go to, could you borrow your microphone? Oh, you just requested it. Got it. Item number 6 is bid 2023-143, website hosting and support. This is found on page 20. Good evening, Director Carlucci.
Good evening. Excuse me. Phil Carlucci, MIS Director. This is a request under City Ordinance 56-6 to award the web hosting and site maintenance for the www.warwickri.gov site to Civic Plus, and it was originally in the amount of $4,961.25. I had requested this to get it into the council in a timely fashion, the customer service rep to give me the pricing. She gave me a good faith estimate at the time, and then on Friday, we actually received the invoicing from their accounting department, and it was $109.66 higher. So instead of $4,961.25, it came in at $5,070.91. And I would respectfully request that we amend it to the upper amount.
Thank you, Director. May I have a PCR? Bid 2023-143, website hosting and support is now PCR 101-22. The amendment would call for an increase from $4,961.25 to $5,070.91. Any questions from the committee? Questions from the council? Questions from the public? May I have a motion to amend?
Motion so made.
Second.
We have a motion, we have a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you. May I have a motion as amended?
Favorable. Favorable as amended.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. The next item would be on number 8 on our packet. It is bid 2021-093, maintenance contract for Xerox multifunctioning copiers and HP LaserJet printers. This is found on page 27. Councilman Gebhardt.
Thank you. Thanks, Director. I just saw this one come up and saw the shift in strategy about the intent to go out to bid. So I just had a question because I know we kind of shifted maybe last year to take this in-house, and I just wanted to see how that went and why the change in going out to bid and incorporating maintenance.
It went very well, but as I had said right along, the cost of doing inside maintenance, time and materials, obviously increases as the machines get older. So I started to chart a declining return for us. So it certainly is not at the maintenance agreement level that it was, but we're now starting to, number one, hit copiers they can't find parts for, and starting to buy used copiers as kind of supplementals for repairing them. So the intention is to go out to bid and replace them, but due to some budget changing around, we don't have that quite yet. So we still have enough money. We've done well enough that we haven't spent the allotted funds yet. We have enough money in the budget to cover all the maintenance charges. I just need to extend it out until we can go out to bid and start replacing these.
Got it. Thanks. And with some of the consolidation happening of offices, is that going to also decrease our need for as many machines?
I would like to think so, but I can't guarantee that at the time.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Any other questions from the committee? Questions from the council? Follow-up questions from the council? Questions from the public? Questions from the public? Thank you.
Thank you.
Next on the item is number 12 on our packet, bid 2023-140, police recruitment. This is found on page 88. Councilman Foley.
First point of order, is it appropriate to combine the two because they are titled the same? Police recruitment. So my question is, why are there two items with the same title?
Yes, one of them is actually a 612. We're looking for a little bit extra money for spending authority from the previous bid because we went over the spending authority due to a late test that we had to do in June. And the second one was the actual new bid moving forward for 2 years.
Okay, and so by answering the question the way you did, you answered my other questions. When are these taking place? So basically, one is to catch up on the last recruitment, and then the next one will be December, correct?
Possibly. We haven't set a timetable yet, but normally, yes, every 6 months or so. At this time, we're having a written test and a full-blown process.
So how are we staffed? How are we staffed right now in the police department? Are we fully 90%,
We're actually looking pretty good. We have 7 officers that are in the academy that started 2 weeks ago, and all 7 are still there. We've had a few retirements that were just announced, so we're hovering near our all-time high of 175. We're not quite going to get there, but we're probably about 172, 173. If those 7 people graduate from the academy and no other people retire between now and December.
Thank you, Councilman. Any other questions from the committee? Questions from members of the council? Questions from members of the council? Questions from members of the public? Questions from members of the public? Thank you. So, council, did anyone, since it was called out, would anyone like to discuss 2021-064 police recruitment found on page 115? Councilman Foley said his question was answered. Questions from the committee? Questions from the council? Questions from the public? Thank you. May I have a recommendation on the consent calendar? I have a favorable. All those in, may I have a second? Thank you.
Second.
All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Thank you. Next is the Finance Committee agenda. May I have a motion for acceptance to the minutes on July 18th?
So moved.
We have a motion. We have a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you all. PCR 98-22, resolution relative to abatements. Good evening, Director. How are you?
Very good.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, members of the Finance Committee, members of the council, this month we have abatements for you in the amount of $53,443.91. Nothing really remarkable. The overwhelming majority are just exemptions that were applied for. But I'll answer any questions you might have.
Thank you so much. Questions from members of the committee? Any questions from members of the council on the abatements? Questions from members of the public? Questions from members of the public? Thank you. May I have a motion?
Second.
A motion, we have a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. Council President McAllister.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The next item on our agenda is PCR 27-22, flock automatic license plate readers. I'm going to respectfully ask that we hold this item until the second meeting in September. However, for the reason is this is to purchase the cameras. Coming up in the Ordinance Committee, we have before us is a discussion on guidelines of what a policy would include and if we want to take the next steps. So I think that we should first look at an ordinance and policies that follow with that, and then if the council wants to move forward with some outlining, then the police department can come back with this request to actually purchase the item. So I respectfully request that we hold this. However, we will have a discussion on this overall subject at the next committee, which is the Ordinance Committee, which will be convening right after the Finance Committee meeting this evening, tonight. So that is my request to the chairman and the committee.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have a request to hold PCR 27-22 until September 19, 2022.
Second.
I have a motion. I have a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. Item number 4 is PCR 87-22, traffic light repairs. Christie? There you are. Good evening.
Good evening. This was held at the request of Councilman Lattiser for some issues with the invoice. At about 1:20 today, I received an email back from the vendor with all the backup documentation that was requested. I did send it along. It just didn't make it out to the whole council. in time. I do have copies of what they submitted if anyone wants to see it, but it does speak to what the charges were. And furthermore, if, there's a document here for one of the items, it was $100. It's dated 11, it's dated 2019. So not only were they were giving us prices from 2 years ago, they were giving us prices from a bid that they were no longer under contract. So they were our previous vendor for these. This bid goes from October, 25th to October 24th of every year. They were our vendor before the current one, and they honored the prices under that bid. So I just wanted to point that out.
Thank you, Christie. You got the information today, and we will have discussion on this, but I feel it's best so that we can get the information to the council members, especially the councilman who requested it, that we hold this till the next meeting, so we can get the information disseminated.
Okay.
Thank you. But because we spoke on it, I'm going to ask if there's any questions, but the intent is to hold this until September 7th. Are there any questions, comments from committee? Questions, comments from council? Councilman Lattisaw.
Thank you, Chairman. Christie, when was the request sent to A&M for that information?
I emailed them on August 4th.
August 4th. And they just got back to you today?
Yes.
Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councilman. Questions, comments from the public? Questions, comments from the public? Hold on one moment. Should we do it? It's a motion to hold, or should we wait? Make a motion that we hold till September 7th, 2022. All those in favor? Aye. Thank you. I'll give everyone a heads up that the final item on the finance report, but we're not going to discuss until our member, is PCR 88-22. It is repair diesel fuel fill. So we will discuss that. Christie.
I have not yet received the backup documentation for that item, so I would request a hold to 9/7.
I apologize. Please, could you repeat that?
I haven't received the backup documentation for that request yet, so waiting for the vendor to send it. So if we could hold it to 9/7.
Certainly. The request of the department is to hold this item on PCR 88-2022. I apologize. PCR 88-2022, repair a diesel fuel fill until September 7th. Correct, Christie?
Yes.
Thank you.
So move. Question?
Oh, absolutely. Yes, please, Councilman. Before committee, Council, go ahead.
Thank you,
Councilman
Chairman.
Lasser.
Christie, when was that request made?
The same day.
On the same day?
August 4th.
August 4th?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, and our council meeting was July 18th. Okay. And they haven't gotten back to you at all yet?
No.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Motion to hold.
Motion to hold till September 7th?
Second.
I have a motion, I have a second. All in favor? Aye. Thank you. The time is now 5:44 PM and the Finance Committee is closed.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. The next committee is the Ordinance Committee. That will start at 6 PM. So the next committee is the Ordinance Committee.
So ordinance will convene at 6 PM. First thing on the docket is acceptance of minutes from the July 18th, 2022 meeting. Do we have a motion?
To accept.
Second.
Motion made and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Next, we have PCO 6-22, an ordinance regulating the use of automated license plate reader technology. This was asked to be introduced on behalf of the administration. Colonel, if you'd like to speak on this.
Good evening, Chairman, Council President Mcallis. Over the last few months, since the department has been working on the flock camera purchase, we've come across some concerns that we wanted to address. These concerns were heard here in council chambers. They were also heard throughout the state while other cities and towns sought to purchase this equipment. One of the concerns is that there was no legislatively established limits on the camera's use. One of the other main concerns was that there was no way to prevent the technology or the equipment's capabilities from changing once the cameras are put into place. As a department, we sent these concerns to the Finance Committee in the hopes that we could come up with an ordinance, or an ordinance could be drafted that would allay some of the fears and concerns from some of our community members. I think the Ordinance Committee put together a very good ordinance, which provides definitions for the automated license plate readers and even narrows the scope for the purposes of this particular ordinance. This ordinance would indicate that it's for law enforcement purposes only and must be governed by department policy. This goes on to provide for approval and notification of the policy to the mayors and the members of the city council. This would also apply to any future changes to the policy as well. The ordinance that we're discussing now also covers parameters on the scope of use. This ordinance would make it clear that these cameras could never be used in conjunction with facial recognition for the purposes of photographing individuals, for capturing audio, for motor vehicle enforcement, and for federal immigration enforcement. The ordinance also states that data collected cannot be shared with third parties other than other law enforcement agencies.
Thank you, Chief. Do any members of the committees have any questions or comments?
Yes.
Councilman Ricks?
Good evening. Thank you, Chief. Thank you, Councilman Sinapi, for your work on this. I do have some concerns and suggested amendments. My primary concern is the what if. The what if subsection D is not actually followed as intended. Subsection D reads, data collected by an ALPR technology system shall not be sold or shared with any third-party individuals or entities, excluding law enforcement agencies. In principle, I think that that's great. I do have a concern about the enforcement mechanism of that and what happens if there is a violation. So I would first yield for further discussion, but if it is appropriate at this time, I could share comments on a potential suggested amendment.
As far as actually making an amendment, I prefer to wait till everyone's had a chance to speak. But if you have thoughts as far as what the bill should ultimately look like, I mean, feel free to voice them now. That way people have time to consider it.
Thank you. I would extend that sentence in subsection D to continue to read, excluding law enforcement agencies that similarly have policies prohibiting the sale or sharing of any such data with any third-party individuals or entities, excluding law enforcement agencies with similar policies. I would also add subsections E and F. Subsection E would read, in the event that any law enforcement agency does sell or share any such data in violation of subsection D, the department shall demand that such law enforcement agency delete any such data provided by the department, take all reasonably necessary measures to delete all such copies, and disgorge all proceeds of any sale to the city. Subsection F All copies of such data referred to in subsection D shall be deleted within 30 days, except pursuant to policies adopted by the Board of Public Safety in accordance with the provisions of this section. Specifically, the reason that I included subsection F is because the bid from Flock details that it has a policy of deleting data after 30 days. I understand that subsection B of the proposed ordinance would allow for the the Board of Public Safety to set a policy on the retention or storage of that data, the use of the data, and inform the mayor and members of the city council of the policies that are set. And so I think that it would be a best practice to have on the books that the base policy should be to delete the data after 30 days while allowing the Board of Public Safety to have exceptions to that. Certainly, there should be exceptions where the data has been identified and that data would need to be used in a certain prosecution. However, we don't necessarily want to have months and months, years and years of data lying around that could, really build that picture of where people are day in, day out, their daily commutes, habits. That's exactly why Flock has that policy that's designed to limit the amount of data out there that could really construct a person's travel over those long periods of time.
There's just one I want to check in on. I got the sharing and selling other than to law enforcement agencies with similar policies. I got the 30-day limit. You wanted language in as well for the mandating of deletion and whatnot, correct?
Right. My thinking on that is that if, say, Warwick were to adopt ALPR technology and then share it with a different law enforcement agency, then we would want that data to similarly be deleted in a reasonable period of time. We wouldn't simply want to have these copies going out to different agencies and end up being stored on the cloud or on hard drives for years on end outside of our control.
All right, do any other members of the committee have any questions or comments? In that case, Council President.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to just comment on the ordinance that's proposed at this time, and if the councilman makes a formal amendment or amendments on the council floor or wherever his pleasure is, then I can comment on that. But for just purposes for individuals here and for my colleagues and people watching at home, what we're looking at here is kind of setting the guidelines, almost guardrails of what the city council is looking for in an ordinance related to these types of license plates. There's also another section of the government here that has a big role in this, and that's the Board of Public Safety. They will be the ones with the actual policy that's an administrative duty that works with the police department on that. What we are really proposing, what this ordinance is really proposing is guardrails that we would like to see included in here. And I know the Colonel highlighted them, but I just want to stress, because I know people are worried about a number of these issues. So included, what the City Council is considering at this time is there would be no facial or recognition technologies used for this camera. You can't be, photographing or producing images of people in the car, pedestrians around the car, or any bystanders. There'll be no recording of audio with these cameras. These cameras are not to be used for motor vehicle code enforcement. And another very important point that I think we all want to highlight here is these cameras would not be used for federal immigration enforcement. So this is setting up the guidelines of kind of what the city council is looking for in any policy to use these cameras. So this is kind of a first step, if you will. Then the Board of Public Safety will have the actual policy in itself, and they would have to be the ones that enforce it with the police department, just as any other police policy is done kind of on the administrative end. So I know it's a little wonky and moving around a little bit, but I just want to highlight that what we are considering this evening at the city council is kind of guidelines or guardrails, if you will, of what we are looking for that should be included in a policy. And that's why I requested that we hold the purchase of the discussion of any purchasing this evening, because I think we need to get this done first, see what the guidelines are, see if we can get something in place. Then we'll all get to see what the policy will be by the Board of Public Safety. And then if and when this moves forward, if or when I should say, the police department can come back and purchase. So we are not looking at purchasing any actual cameras this evening. We are looking at setting up a guidelines that would be included in a policy, which the Board of Public Safety will be working on, which is a different branch of government here in the city. So I just wanted to highlight that. But the big takeaways from this ordinance that we are discussing this evening, the city council, if this were to pass, we as a council are saying we want to make sure that these cameras would not be used for facial or voice recognition. They would not produce or record images of individuals in these cars. They would not be able to take pictures of the pedestrians around these cameras or bystanders. There would be no audio capturing recordings. Again, no motor vehicle code enforcement, and they would not be used for federal immigration enforcement. So these are kind of some of the guidelines that are before us here this evening, and then there's still multiple steps on that. So I just wanted to take a minute to highlight that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Do any other members of the council have any questions or comments? Councilman Lattiser?
Thank you, Chairman. So Councilman Ricks has presented to us quite a bit of additional comments this evening for consideration. And also, Council President, you indicated as well that this eventually has to go to the Board of Public Safety for them to establish policy, correct? So once they establish policy, does that come back to the City Council for approval? Or are we locked into whatever the Board of Public Safety determines and decides is going to be policy?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Councilman Lattiser. The ordinance presented before you this evening would establish certain restrictions on how the technology could be used, and then should the council move forward with the ordinance and with the potential purchase of the items, in order for them to be installed and operated, the Board of Public Safety would have to approve a policy, or it could reject a policy that's presented by the police department. Those policies would be referred to us so we are aware what's going on in real time, but that policy is not under the current draft returning to the council for further consideration.
So from what I'm hearing, it seems to me that we're putting the cart before the horse, because while these proposed changes from Councilman Sinapi are moving in a positive direction, along with the amendments from Councilman Ricks, what I'm hearing is that we're being asked to vote and approve the purchases of these cameras before the Board of Public Safety receives their policy from the police department, reviews it, and either accepts it or denies it. That's done after we have either approved, well, if we disapprove, then it's not going to matter. But from what I'm understanding, Counselor, you're saying that, A, we approve the purchase of the cameras. B, the police department promulgates policy along with whatever suggested changes or amendments are proposed by Councilman Sinapi, Councilman Ricks. They're going to put together their policy. That goes before the Board of Public Safety for approval or denial. Is that right?
I would say that, one, I am not suggesting whichever process. It's up to the council, however you wish to proceed. What is before you this evening, the Finance Committee has submitted its recommendation to the full council to hold the bid to the second meeting in September. That is one independent item that the committee met on previously, and that's subject to whatever the council wishes to do later this evening. But that recommendation is to delay the purchase of the cameras with the stated intention of, from the discussion, was that to not put the cart before the horse, to see what policies, proposals, whether enshrined in ordinance as well as a use policy that's adopted or rejected by the Board of Public Safety, to allow that to play out first. But the question before us here is, what guardrails does the council wish to enshrine in ordinance surrounding the use of the technology, and what processes does the council wish to follow to address any other changes that should arise down the road? The balance that we have as far as the structure of government here is that we don't typically see in our ordinances very comprehensive listing of every use policy by the police department. It tends to stay very high level as to, here's the 1,000-foot vantage point, and the Board of Public Safety with the police department does that additional diligence about, here's the, a comprehensive listing of things that how it could or would be used or not used. But Councilman Sinapi has presented us with, that 1,000-foot level to say we absolutely want to make sure that these things never occur, and that's the structure of what's presented in the ordinance thus far this evening.
So I understand all that. I'm still viewing it as Councilman Sinapi, along with the amendments, assuming that they're approved by Councilman Ricks, is going to outline certain guidelines and restrictions that this policy will have to include and abide by. Where my concern is once this, assuming is approved, whatever that is approved by the council, now it goes to the police department. The police department will be drafting whatever policies that they feel are necessary to accomplish what they want to accomplish. And these items that we have before us now will be incorporated in that. In addition to any other or additional changes or deletions that the police department wants to make with respect to the policy. So we are not going to see the final policy. That policy, as I understand it, once it's completed by the police department, will go to the Board of Public Safety. The Board of Public Safety will be making the ruling, yay or nay, on the suggested policy from the police department. I further understand that to be the end of it, that it does not come back to the city council for a final approval. And I think that is very wrong. If we're going to have the initial input into the structure of this particular policy, then we should also have the final approval of whatever that final determination is from the Board of Public Safety. Because otherwise, this council has lost total control. What we would have done is we would have proposed, with all good intention, again, from Councilman Sinapi, Councilman Ricks, and perhaps others on the council, what we feel are responsible guidelines towards this policy. And then it's out of our hands. Goes to the police department. They make whatever changes or alterations or deletions, additions that they feel are necessary. Goes to the Board of Public Safety. Board of Public Safety does whatever they feel is necessary, and then it's done. We don't have another say. That's wrong. To order these cameras, to approve the purchase of these cameras without final approval of a policy, by the way, that is not very difficult for any new administration, new city council, or new leadership in the police department to change or amend without a whole lot of difficulty. That doesn't make any sense to me. Because saying, yes, go ahead and buy the cameras before you know that it's approved, that's about as presumptuous as you could possibly get. And I am not going to be able to support that concept of this at all. I would strongly suggest that in addition to the very well-intended amendments that are here from, once again, Councilman Sinapi and Councilman Ricks, in addition to that, a further amendment be put in that the final suggested policy, as determined by the Board of Public Safety, returns to the City Council for a final approval. Other than that, to me, this is just a formality. It is kind of going through the motions, send it on down the line, let it go up to the Board of Public Safety, and we're locked into whatever they decide. And more of a concern, all the residents of the city of Warwick are locked into whatever they decide. And that is not something that I'm going to be able to support. Thank you.
Council President McAllister.
Thank you. I think the councilman made a number of good points. I do want to rebut one thing is the purchase of the cameras comes back to the city council. So we do have some authority because if we don't like the policy, we don't agree with the policy, we vote not to purchase the cameras and the cameras never gets happened. So while at the way it's written right now, we don't have final on the policy itself that goes through the Board of Public Safety, we will get to see the final language that's in the policy. The reason why we held the purchases of them is to give us that option. So we get to read to see what the final language is. Eventually, they will come back to the council asking to purchase these. They need purchasing authority from the city council. That's our check. So if you or the council has objections with the policy, we may not get the final say on the policy, but we get the final say on whether we're purchasing these cameras as well. So we're not just passing the buck here. The final purchasing, they can't purchase things without the city council. So I do just want to put that out there. If you or any member of the council does not agree with the policy, that's a way that you can do that. You can say, I'm not going to vote to purchase. And if they don't have the votes to purchase, then the policy can say whatever it wants. They won't have the authority to purchase. So there is an additional check.
I understand that, Mr. President. Thank you for clearing that up better. But my point is my point is we should not even consider a vote on those cameras until the Board of Public Safety presents their final draft, and that draft comes back to the city council. The city council absolutely needs to see the final product so that we can share it with our constituents, get their feedback from other people that have replied to all of us, something as recently as today. And this council needs to have the final say. And I don't mean any disrespect to the Board of Public Safety. Please don't anyone misunderstand that. I don't mean any disrespect to that at all. But it's the 9 of us that sit on this city council that represent the 83,000 people here in the city of Warwick. And this isn't voting on the approval of a stop sign or, no parking. This is a huge issue, a very significant issue, in whatever perspective you may view it in. It's a very significant issue. And I feel strongly that the city council needs to have the final say on it. Once that final say is determined, then the need to vote on cameras or not need to vote on cameras, will be the last step. Thank you.
So just a note for everyone, please keep in mind that subsection C of the proposed ordinance is our way of making sure, regardless of department policy, if there are certain activities we do not wish to have taken place, we can ensure that they do not take place. And bear in mind, again, regardless of the policy, as an ordinance, this could be amended thereafter, and we can add to subsection C or make new subsections altogether and further list out any concerns that are raised subsequently, whether they be realized now or later. So this is not a end-all or be-all by any means. The reason why Department of Policy rests with Board of Public Safety is because it's normally, we're not usurping their authority suddenly just because this issue happens to be unique or different. Times are changing. Almost every issue going forward is going to be unique or different. It doesn't mean we should ruin the autonomy of the Board of Public Safety. That being said, we still have a rather strong check on them via the proposals in this ordinance. Do any other members of the council have any questions or comments? Councilman Gebhardt.
Thanks, Chair. Good points and good discussion here all around. In looking at some of the other policies that have been rolled out across other municipalities that have already moved on these cameras, I think that there's a couple of buckets that are worth considering. When we talk about our sort of outside guardrails, a couple that come to mind are retention policies on the data. So 30 days seems to have worked in several of these other policies. So calling out a retention policy might be a worthy one to include in subsection C. I think another that comes up that I've seen in a number of these policies as well is a commitment to some sort of transparency portal where the public is able to understand, what is the policy, view the policy, and view some stats on usage and the impact of the cameras. And I think the last one, and again, to what some comments have been made here, we don't want to get overly prescriptive in this ordinance because it's meant to be sort of that high level guardrail, and we don't want to cause any unintended consequences by the ordinance not being in line maybe with the language that the Board of Public Safety comes up with, but something around access and the purpose for access to initiate searches being associated with a formal case, and then having an audit trail and audit policy documented. I think those are all sort of important legs to the stool in making sure that this technology is used properly and effectively moving forward. So, I'm kind of in between here in that I would be okay in reviewing what the Board of Public Safety comes up with as a policy. And again, not going into the level of detail in a departmental policy in a city ordinance, but some of those key points that I suggested, I think might be worthy to rise to the level of being incorporated into the ordinance. And one question I would just put out there is that, let's say we pass the ordinance and let's say Flock decides that they want to offer some sort of free pilot program or something like that, that could initiate usage of the technology without a purchase. I just want to make sure I understand, could that happen? Could that not happen? Maybe it's unlikely. But would there be a way to sort of skirt around what we're trying to do by not having costs associated or the cost being below the threshold? So those are some things that I would incorporate. I won't make a formal motion here now, but if we decide to amend some of the Section C and later language, then those are some suggestions of what I'd like to see in there. Thank you.
So as far as amendments, especially with Councilman Ricks and now Councilman Gebhardt pointing out a few, what we can do, assuming is the committee's will, is make all amendments during the full council meeting. That way, in between, we can get all the language squared away and actually properly look at it as a whole rather than kind of all jumbled up in bits and pieces. We want to make sure if we're going to review it and review it properly, we do so accurately and efficiently. Any other members of the council wish to speak? I think I see Councilman Ricks.
Thank you. I think that Councilman Lattiser makes a very good point about this is something that the city council should retain control over. Yes, under this current version before us, the city council would have ultimate say and be able to, on its own initiative, revise the ordinance, and then the Board of Public Safety would then have to, of course, make its own amendments in response in order to comply with the city council's ordinance. However, I think that the initiative under the current version is a little bit backwards in that regard, because it should take a majority of the city council to put an ordinance or policy such as this into effect, as opposed to simply shifting that burden to the other side, such that it takes a majority of the city council in order to override effectively the Board of Public Safety. So I think this can be addressed through one simple sentence at the end of subsection B. That sentence would be, any policy or changes thereto must be ratified by the city council in order to take effect. So this is a method that we have seen before. This would basically be very similar to the method that we have for the ratification of contracts. The administration, they take care of really all of that detail that the administration is better suited to do, but then it must come before the city council, and we must have a majority of the city council that is willing to ratify the language that's been hammered out through the administrative or executive process. So I think that that would strike a balance that would be consistent with how this city council generally operates.
Any other members of the council wish to speak?
Mr. Chair.
Councilman Lattiser?
Thank you, Chairman. So, through the chair, Councilman Ricks, do I understand your suggestion to be, or to mean, that once the Board of Public Safety has reviewed the proposed policy from the police department, they will make any changes, if any changes, or deletions, additions, then forward that entire document to the city council for ratification? Is that what your intent is?
Correct. So that any policy that's made by the department or by the Board of Public Safety, I imagine the Board of Public Safety working with the department to draft that policy. Board of Public Safety would approve it, but then in order for it to take effect, the city council would have to review it and by majority vote ratify it. And if the city council does not have a majority vote to ratify it, then it simply would not take effect. And the same thing as to any changes to the policy that might go through the department and the Board of Public Safety. The city council, of course, at its own initiative, could always make any changes to its own code of ordinances, of course. But if the department and Board of Public Safety would want to make any changes to the policy, then similarly, they would need to go through that same process, and then the city council, again, would need to ratify any change by a majority vote.
Mr. Chairman, if I may, I would like to ask the committee to consider holding this till the next meeting so that a formal new version draft can be put together, disseminated to all of us, posted on the Secretary of State site, because we've had been a lot of conversation here on this item. Very good conversation, very good discussion, which is certainly what democracy is all about. And it's a lot to digest and absorb without, at least for me, seeing everything in a simple written formal version and have some time to digest it, perhaps even maybe add to it. So I would like to suggest that the committee consider holding this until the first meeting in September so that between now and then we can get a completed draft with all the amendments to vote on at that time. Thank you.
Are there any other members of the council who wish to speak? All right, seeing none, any members of the public who wish to speak? Please state your name for the record.
Rob Cody, Ward 7. So the concern that I have with the proposed legislation is that the Board of Public Safety is not an elected body. They're an appointed body, and they're appointed by an administration, and administrations come and go. When administrations come and go, appointments come and go, and policies change. The Board of Public Safety has no obligation to me, the constituent, none whatsoever. But my councilman does. And the retribution is that if my councilman votes in favor of something that I'm against, I have a voice. And that voice is every 2 years at the ballot box. So when you have a body that exercises policy and usurps the legislative branch of government, I think that's a default in your policy. And we've already seen, if you recall, on January 6th of 2019, we signed a contract that actually usurped city ordinances. and that's been in litigation.
Please stay on topic.
It is. I'm giving an
Let me
example.
rephrase. Please follow Open Meetings Act and the decorum as mandated by our council rules. Thank you.
I'm giving an example to substantiate my personal opinion. And I don't feel, I agree with Mr. Ricks and I agree with Mr. Lattisaw that no policy should be put in order before it comes before the city council. I don't think we've ever done that before. I don't think that there's any reason to start doing it now, because in doing so, not only are you usurping the legislative branch of government, but you're taking away the opportunity for the members of the general public, the taxpayer, the constituent to voice their opinions. Thanks.
Thank you. Any other members of the public that wish to speak? Just please state your name for the record.
Good evening. My name is Mark Janess, and I'm a resident of Warwick, and I am concerned, and I'm very gratified to hear several members of the council looking at the scope of this and deciding that we need to take a second and third look at it. So thank you very much. It's really wonderful to hear. The reason I am more concerned about this than ever is because of the language of the general proposal. It is written in such a broad context that I could drive the 7th Fleet through this. I would argue that when you are, if you're reconsidering writing the proposal, to do so from the opposite vantage point, to expressly describe what it can do and make it very, very short and very precise. As a result, what we're going to see between the deliberations between the police and the safety board is that they are going to use the language in the current proposal to literally do whatever they want to. Now, I know there's going to be some kind of a balance, hopefully, between the city council and the police department and the safety board, but the language in its current form is written in a way that allows a broad interpretation of the uses of flock surveillance technology. And that's a very, very dangerous concept. I just have for example, definitions under A, the phrase compared digital images needs to be clarified and narrowed. The images should pertain specifically to digital images of the vehicle and nothing else. Definitions B, deployment of the ALPR systems for use in various efforts. That is, what does that mean, various efforts? It is so broad that anyone can define that to any way they wish. There are so many potential images. There's another one, definitions for F, potential images. That phrase is used is, again, incredibly vague. And then it's masked by the vagueness of potential images. So the language in the proposal allows an interpretation or the police to interpret this any way they want. I would suggest, and I have about 15 more examples of the language, I would suggest that writing the new proposal and doing so expressly enumerating specifically what it can do, and then to specifically state that it cannot do anything else. This is going to give boundaries to both the police and the safety board with regard to this very dangerous technology. And again, I've talked here in the past on the city council. I've experienced in autocratic countries using surveillance technology, and it is an incredibly intrusive attack on our civil liberties. And before we begin to literally accept the weakening of our civil liberties in the name of security, I would ask the council to review the crime rate in Warwick. From what I understand, the crime rate in Warwick has been going down significantly, and we're one of the safest cities in Rhode Island. So you have to ask yourself, are you willing to sacrifice important civil liberties? I mean, this is the town of Nathaniel Green. This is the state of Roger Williams. These are the people who created a government in Rhode Island that was considered radical by the day. And now what we're doing is, because most of us do not understand the importance and the power of this surveillance technology, that we're going almost without thought into saying, well, this is a great tool for the police department, and therefore we should use it. The problem is, I can give you perfect security, but I have to eliminate all your civil liberties. Are you willing to take a walk down that path to sacrifice the hard-earned civil liberties that the men and women in this country have served in the military, have fought and defended over 200 years? The time now is, if you are going to pass this ordinance, and I strongly oppose it, but if you are going to narrowly scope what it can do and limit it to only those things. One of the points that was brought up by the committee, the council, several times was that this was never going to be used for speed enforcement. Is that case now? Because I haven't seen anything in the proposal. I'm asking, does anyone know? Is there going to be something written in the proposal that is not going to be used to track speeding?
Those kind of questions, I'd turn to the Colonel.
Subsection C, number 4, cannot be used for motor vehicle code enforcement. That would include speed enforcement.
Okay, is that in perpetuity or?
Correct, that would be part of the ordinance.
So what is the purpose of this surveillance technology, sir? If the crime rate is relatively low in Warwick and not going higher, I don't know if that was you or me. What's the express purpose?
This system has a multitude of uses. It can be used to locate missing juveniles. It can be used to locate missing and suicidal individuals that were last seen in a motor vehicle. It could be used to locate stolen vehicles, wanted subjects. Not just for law enforcement. There's a mental health crisis. I know you pointed to the crime rate. The city of Warwick still does have crime. We have shootings, but we also have a mental health crisis, and oftentimes that it can be reflected in the number of suicidal subjects that are out there that we are actively searching for, the people that are in mental health crisis, the people with dementia or Alzheimer's that were last seen by their loved ones in a vehicle. All of these uses.
Can I ask you a question then?
Take care of them.
So first, all questions will go through the chair.
Okay, can I ask someone a question then? Suppose a woman from Georgia is coming to Rhode Island to get an abortion, and it's outlawed in Georgia, and the police are asked to share that information about a license plate of a woman's car who's coming for an abortion in Rhode Island. Are they then going to share that information?
Just first, as a general matter, I don't want to go down every single potential.
Well, that's a critical one.
Let me finish, please. Go down every single hypothetical for the purposes of tonight. I'm not saying it's an unfair question by any means. I just don't want to encourage every single possible scenario being raised. So that being said, Colonel, regarding his question.
Absolutely not.
But it says you're sharing information with law enforcement.
If they have a need, if they were looking for a wanted subject,
Well, that would
and
be.
they put out an alert and it hit on us, at that point, if that person is in the state of Rhode Island and we have the hit, we would then confirm the hit and figure out why they're looking for them. And if they're a wanted subject, that's a different case. The Attorney General doesn't have to allow them to extradite.
It seems to me that this is the slippery slope that we're worried about. With the critical issues, controversial issues over things like abortion, where you're going to see women traveling from one place to another to get an abortion. And then in certain states, they are outlawing abortion, and they're trying to trail those who leave the state to get one. And do we really want to get involved with helping other states track down young women who are seeking to get an abortion? I mean, do you want to as police chief?
Of course not.
Of course not. But this technology, the way it's written, says it will share that information with law enforcement if they are asked. Correct? Have you started to think about that? You're not only going to then be attacking the civil liberties of Rhode Islanders and residents of Warwick, you're going to have repercussions nationally. So if you're going to create this kind of a program, you have to narrowly scope what it can do And I would argue that you shouldn't be doing this, period, because it's too much of a threat to our long-term civil liberties. And I understand the police force wanting more mechanisms to reduce crime. I'm all for reducing crime. But you know what I'm not for? Eliminating my civil liberties. And you have to think of the long-term repercussions. And forgive me, sir, but there are a lot of examples like this that need to be discussed before you write this legislation. So again, I want to thank the council for beginning to look at this in a deeper and more sophisticated fashion. I think we do need more time. I strongly support Ed Lattiser's move to push this off for a bit so that we can all look at this with a much, much more critical eye. Thank you so much. Thank you, Chief.
Any other members of the public have questions or comments? Seeing none, I'd move this to the full floor for discussion, amendments, and should the full council will it, to hold it. So that is my motion. Motion made and seconded. All in favor? Aye.
Nay.
Motion passes. And I believe that is all for ordinance. Should end us at 6:52 p.m.
Thank you very much. Just for explanation to everyone, the committee is recommended to move this item to the full council. So amendments can be made at the full council. Councilman Lattiser or anybody else could make a motion to hold. That will happen at the full council meeting. I'm going to ask that we pause the council meeting. We have some guests that are coming up the stairs, and they're going to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance at 7 o'clock. So we'll do the Pledge of Allegiance, general communications. We do have one guest speaker, and then we will go back into committees. So if everyone, we will reconvene at 7 p.m. today for the full council meeting. Thank you. Read them into the record. So we're going to do that while we set up. Thank you.
I'm sorry. Oh, you jumped on me. That's real.
The City Council Committee on Public Properties, Land Use, and Community Affairs comes to order at 6:54 p.m. First, I'll move acceptance of the minutes dated July 18, 2022.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Now, first on the agenda, before we move the committee into recess, we have the item number 1, opening and announcement of bids received for bid 2023-080, sale of City Hall Annex Building and Property, Plat 347, Lot 251-256. No votes will be taken.
Good evening, I'm Pat Peshka. I am here tonight to open the bids on RFP 2023-080, sale of former City Hall Annex Building and Property, Plat 346, Lot 0251-0256. Did I say it wrong? 340, I'm sorry, Plat 347. Apologize for that. The bids on this bid was properly advertised. What I'll be reading is the total pricing on this. After the bid's opening, the submissions will go to the planning department. If the department has a recommendation into the purchasing department by Monday, August 22nd, they will go on the docket for the city finance committee, which would be held on Wednesday, on September 7th at 5 PM in council chambers. That being said, we have apparently 2 submissions. And the first submission is from Link Commercial Properties LLC. And the amount is for $367,000.
For the record, this bid from
It's on the prior page.
Thank you. For the record, verified that this bid from Link Commercial Properties LLC is in the amount of $367,000.
And our second and final bid is from Shoreline Properties, Inc. And the amount is $600,000.
For the record, verified that this bid from Shoreline Properties, Inc. is in the amount of $600,000.
Thank you very much.
The City Council Committee on Public Properties, Land Use, and Community Affairs shall come to recess at 6:58 PM.
Good evening, everyone. I call the August 15th, 2022 City Council meeting to order. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. McAllister?
Here.
Mr. Foley? Mr. Gephardt? Mr. Gephardt? Here. Mr. Howe?
Here.
Mr. Lattiser? Here. Mr. McElroy?
Here.
Mr. Ricks?
Here.
Mr. Sinapi? Here. Ms. Travis?
Here.
9 present.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. At this time, I'm going to ask our guests from the Apponaug Pride to come up and lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. We will do the pledge, then we're going to play the national anthem, and then we want to come back and we want to hear from your coaches, and we want to hear from you and everyone get introduced. So at first, if I can have the team come up here and lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance, please everyone stand.
Girls.
Squeeze in, squeeze in. There you go, 2 rows, okay? Cool. All right, who wants to hold the mic? Okay, you gotta talk, you gotta talk this way into the mic, okay?
I don't want to.
Okay, I'll hold it. All right, there. So, one of these. Okay? All right, ready? Okay. Pledge allegiance, okay?
I do the pledge.
You're all gonna do it.
I'm not doing this.
You gotta do the pledge.
This is the cake.
Ready?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Excellent job, everyone. Thank you. You guys can be seated. Thank you. So at this time, I wanted to see if one of your coaches wants to come up and introduce the team. No pressure there. Go out on the mic. But we're in the presence of leaders here, future leaders and great players. They came in second place in the state representing Apponaug and the city of Warwick. So we're so proud to have you here.
Well, first off, thank you for inviting us this evening. I'm Coach Jeremy Maville. I'm the head coach. On behalf of my assistant coach, Eric Crum, our fielding coach, Ed Laskowski, and our bench coach, Amanda Cordell, again, we'd like to thank you. We've had a long relationship with the city. Apponaug's been a part of Warwick for over 40 years, starting off with our original Winslow fields and now our new home off of Airport Road, all supported through the city throughout various stages of our existence. So it's a very special night for us to be honored here, but also a true honor to be with all of you again. I thought we'd introduce the girls. Each one of them contributed throughout the season, so I think it's only right to give them a moment in the sun. So we'll start off with Maggie Taylor. We'll say Julia Crum is with us tonight too. We've got Haley Miller, Bryn Maville. We've got Carla Kohler. We've got, oh, don't look at me like that, Emily DeLuca. We have Maddie Woodruff. We have Kinley Fielder. We've got Grace Shanley, Brooklyn Laskowski, and Sam Cordell with us as well. And I did say Emily DeLuca. I don't said make that face at me, Emily DeLuca. So now you're still making that face. So this is very much what our season was like. But we're now on our way to 10 and super excited. And hopefully we'll have a chance to come back here next year and do this again. So thank you.
Great job, guys, and congratulations. And thank you for representing our city across the state. And I think under 10 is going to be the year. What do you think, parents? Right? That's going to be the year. All right. Congratulations. Thank you very much. Now, you guys are more than welcome to stay for the rest of the council meeting, but we will not take offense if you want to call it a night. A lot of exciting stuff on the docket, but we will not take offense if you want to go. So thank you very much. Congratulations, everyone. Great job, Coach. Bye. Great job, everyone. If there's no objection, I'd just like to do announcement of congratulations under general communications, announce of congratulations, condolences, and community events at this time, and then we'll go back to our next speaker. Any objections? Okay. I do have an announcement to make, and that is on the City Council website, and the city website is a form for the ARPA, which are the federal funds for the wards to suggestions. If you have projects in your neighborhood that you would like to see worked on, each council ward has $200,000 that was voted on in the budget. We are looking for suggestions. We want public input on that. And this is the first step in that. So please go on to the city's website. You can fill out the information right there. And you'll be seeing more information come out in the next few months. And any project will have a public hearing, and any recommended project will have a public hearing and a vote. I won't get into details any more than that, but please visit the City Council website and the city's website to fill out, and feel free to contact your council person directly as well, and the administration as well, and we will get that information all together. We know we're going to get some great project ideas and really improve our neighborhoods with this one-time money. So we're excited, and we're excited to work with you. Are there any other announcements of congratulations, condolences, or community events from members of the council? Councilwoman Travis.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. I just wanted to mention that National Night Out, which was held in Ward 5 at Rocky Point, was an excellent event. We had a great time. It was, please put a great person said. I think we had close to 6,000 people. You would have never known. It was spread out good, and it was a great time. Councilman Lattisaw wasn't there, but I did make announcements for him that he was wishing for a great event. Thank you.
Councilman Lattisaw.
So I can't pass up this opportunity. As some of you know, I was on vacation when National Night took place at Rocky Point. some of you also know that I had some serious concerns with the event going over to Rocky Point. But I must say, I received not one negative comment, nothing but positive accolades, very well run, very well organized. The police department, DPW, all those that were involved with putting this together did a great job. So I'm very, excuse me? And absolutely, Councilwoman Travis, even though she was agreeable to move it over to Rocky Point in Ward 5, it was a very good event, very well attended, very well run. So next year, I look forward to probably supporting it next year as well. Thank you.
Councilman. Councilman Howe.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I respectfully request that the chamber and my colleagues join me in a moment of silence, or you lead us in a moment of silence. Warwick, I consider her to be one of the kindest people. Dale Nicholson, who ran the student exchange program here in the city of Warwick for many years until about 3 years ago, lost her brave long battle with ALS. And I can say that she was very responsible for also giving me my 3 exchange students that I had a wonderful experience with, my wife, my kids, and I. So I respectfully ask for a moment of silence in memory of Dale.
Thank you. We'll have a moment of silence. Thank you. Any other addition under general communications from members of the council? Okay, at this time, I would like to go back to number 1 under general communications, and I believe we have a pitch hitter tonight. The executive director of the Warwick Center of the Arts is ill this evening, so we hope that she feels better soon, and we appreciate her not coming here and exposing us to whatever she has. So
No.
we finished that. But Jennifer is going. I believe you're the chairwoman of the board. So,
I am, yep, and
we-
I've emailed a couple of you a few times, so.
Great. So I just want to, so what the city council does is, as you saw earlier, we like to invite people from the community to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. And we also want to hear about the great organizations that are in our city of Warwick, nonprofits, chambers of commerce, different community groups. So I live in Greenwood. I drive by your building all the time. I saw the camp going on, so I had reached out and asked, and here you are. So we're excited to hear about all the great work the Warwick Center for the Arts is going on.
Thank you. Thank you, President. Good evening, everyone, and thank you for inviting me here tonight to share a little bit about the Warwick Center for the Arts, WCFA. My name is Jennifer Lucenti. I'm actually a Warwick resident in Ward 9 on Cohasset, and the board president. I have been with WCFA since 2015, first as the treasurer and now currently the president. It's funny because people hear like Warwick Center for the Arts and they have no idea what that is, but we do have an arts center in Warwick and it's 2 doors down. So a little background about WCFA. We are a nonprofit and have been. The organization has been in Warwick since 1974, originally as the Warwick Museum. So those signs are still up around Apponaug. That's very confusing. But it's moved into its current building when the Kentish Artillery Guard gifted the building to the city in 1976. So the Art Museum has been in there since 1976. What is now known as the Warwick Center for the Arts has evolved over time, but maintains the same original and core mission to connect people of all ages and abilities to affordable arts and cultural experiences. We're open to all. It's not members only. We're open to the entire, actually, community of Warwick and Rhode Island. What does WCFA offer to the community? Classes, workshops, performances, and exhibits for all ages and abilities. We partner with Bring Your Own Improv. I don't know if you've ever noticed those signs. That's a great improv show. Mindful meditation, homeschooling groups, programs with local agencies that support teens, seniors, and adults with intellectual developmental disabilities. Our youth programs are the heart and cornerstone of what we do. The WCFA Summer Art Camp has been an annual tradition for over 28 years, and we are very proud to have not only survived, but successfully rebounded post-COVID without skipping a beat. We have parents who have attended WCFA Art Camp as kids and are now bringing their children. We also offer youth art programs after school, Saturdays, and during school breaks. New this year, we created a financial aid program that provides families who need a little financial aid support up to about 30 to 50% discount on camps and classes. And that was thanks to a very generous donation by a Warwick citizen. She gifted $5,000 to support kids who needed help with making tuition. The Art Center, of course, the big part of it is exhibits. We host about 6 to 10 different art exhibits throughout the year, showcasing a wide variety of art and artists throughout the region. In 2020, we founded the annual Emerging exhibit for young artists in the city, targeting high school and college kids, in which we waive all fees and personally assist them in preparing their artwork for professional presentation in an art gallery. We also facilitate a rotating display of artwork by Warwick High School students in the mayor's office. I don't know if anyone's noticed that. That was a huge thing for us to finally be able to coordinate with the public schools, the mayor, current mayor, and then the Arts Center. And that's a big coordinating thing. And I think it's one of our most successful things, getting everyone to work together and realizing that we're all in it together here to help one another. So we are stewards of the building. We do everything to fundraise. We write grants to pay for all these programs and to maintain the city building. So our future goals are to expand our community programming to include more art genres and performances, such as music, spoken word, poetry, and speaker lecture series. And again, I'd like to thank you on behalf of the Warwick CFA board and staff for taking a few moments to let us get to know you, get to know us. We invite you to bring your families, visit the gallery, and sign up for any art classes. Volunteer, attend an opening reception, and participate in meditation, yoga, or an improv show. We have a great website, warwickcfa.org. We're on Facebook, Instagram, so please check us out. Come by, support us, walk on over. That's that.
Great. Thank you very much.
Thank
We
you.
really appreciate that. And we encourage everyone to check out your website and stop by. Like you said, it couldn't be closer. It's right here in the heart of Apponaug. So thank you very much for joining us this evening. Next up is executive communications. There are none. We're on A, acceptance of the minutes from the council meeting held on July 18th. Do I have a motion? Councilman Howe.
Move favorable action.
Second by Councilman Foley, Councilman Gephardt, and Councilman Lattiser. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? Okay. If there's no objections from members of the council, I think we should continue forward, go to public comment, Rule 41, and then we will go back into committee. Is there any objection to doing that at this time? So I just want to give everyone one more shot. There is a sign-up sheet on the podium for public comment. We're going to do public comment now, and then we will recess into things. So if anybody is interested in signing up for public comment, the clerk and the sergeant of arms have it right here. Anyone else? Okay. So at this time, we are moving to public comment with Rule 41. after the general communications and prior to the consent calendar at each city council hearing meeting, there shall be a 15-minute period during which citizens may comment about Warwick City government issues subject to the following stipulations. The total period of time for public comment shall be 15 minutes. Comments need to be brief in order to allow as many citizens as possible to participate. The topics for comment shall be issues directly affecting city government. The city council members will not respond to questions during the public comment period. The public comment session will terminate at the expiration of 15 minutes. Waiver of this provision requires unanimous consent. All right, we have 3 individuals that have signed up for public comment. Catherine is the first person, and the sergeant will turn the mic on for you, and just please take your time and come on up and just introduce yourself for the record, please.
Great, thank you. Good evening. My name is Catherine Tassi. I'm a board member with the Rhode Island ACLU, and I know that Steve Brown provided written testimony regarding the flock safety surveillance system. I just wanted to provide additional comments to that effect. The current system would allow for Warwick Police Department to completely oversee its implementation of the surveillance system, which not only can pick up license plates, but also bumper stickers, makes of cars, conditions of the car, if they have a ski rack, etc. And they can search not only by license plate, but also by characteristics of the car and license plates, bumper stickers, etc. So even though it's currently discouraged to do so based on any kind of discrimination, it could be an effect of a police officer having a hunch that a certain make of vehicle or a certain political affiliation, as known by a bumper sticker on the vehicle, is up to nefarious activity, and could search the system to see where such a car had been going in the past 30 days. There is currently some temperate sanctions that would be imposed for violation of the policy under the Warwick Police guidelines. We would ask and strongly encourage that the council reject implementing the system and go forward with developing standards and requirements as to any kind of technology in the future. It would mean that if they had that hunch, they could just search whoever they found driving near a suspect's car. It's Flock Safety has actually advertised this as being able to track associated vehicles of someone else's car. So if you have a suspect that you believe is doing drug deals, let's say, and they're leaving their neighborhood at the same time a law-abiding citizen is leaving the neighborhood, they could be tracked as an associated vehicle and potentially brought in for questioning. So there are serious civil liberties considerations that are at risk with implementing this program. And again, I would defer to the written testimony of Steve Brown. I'm sure if you have any questions, you can ask him more about the program. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Next up is Kristen Williams.
Yes, I'll be pretty brief. Like I said, my name is Kristen Williams. I'm a resident of the city of Warwick my whole life, and I'm here representing my interests and those of my 70-year-old mother who has lived here for 50 years. So the concern I have is very similar actually to what Catherine brought up. I am a big fan of public safety. Love it. I think it's great to live in Warwick where we actually have a pretty safe place to live. Like I said, I've lived here all my life and I've always felt very safe. I lived in Oakland Beach, which isn't even considered a particularly great neighborhood, but it's been a really great home and very, very safe for me. So I agree with the inspiration behind the notion of the safety cameras, and I think that we all like it when we're crossing the Newport Bridge and we don't have to stop because someone's been able to read our license plates. But I do have concerns about the fact that we'll be recording this data and there isn't anything recorded right now that when this is implemented, if this is implemented now, that there are any safety checks in place as to what will happen with that data. I'm also a researcher by training, and I know that when I do interviews with any kind of person, I have to have some kind of proof that when I do take any testimony that I am keeping it in a safe place, that I'm only using it for certain purposes and all of that. Seeing the young ladies here tonight actually reminded me of the fact that when I was in 4th grade, a friend of mine who was in 6th grade was killed by a driver who left the scene of the accident. I have no doubt that this kind of ordinance, if passed, would actually have made it a lot easier to find that driver faster, but it wouldn't have made a difference to the mom or the dad. They did find the driver. So I guess my question is just really, is this necessary now? And if it is necessary, can we wait, put the brakes on a little bit, no pun intended, put the brakes on a little bit and really think about what safety measures can be put in place for people who have done nothing wrong and really don't want to be surveyed for no reason? That's my thought. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And the final speaker this evening is Rob Cody.
So good evening. I want to talk about the school construction. On February 7th of this year, this council voted to pass the Stage 2 application. At the time, the 2,000-page document of the Stage 2 was not even available to the City of Warwick City Council. As you know, I've spoken about this before. I received it March 11th, and upon reviewing it, found a $50 million error. That $50 million error was not presented to you in the documents that you passed to move this thing forward. So last week, on Wednesday night, there was a meeting that was held at the Crown Plaza Hotel with questions and answers to all the players, Rhode Island Department of Education, the architects, the finance people. But I was, much to my dismay, there was not one city council member that came there to ask any questions. And I think that's just deplorable. In addition, 2 weeks ago, I received on this thumb drive the 376 pages of the revised 2,000 pages with the errors that were corrected, which I brought to their attention. So that $50 million error, actually now with the bond juice, is $74 million. The cost of the schools is not $350 million. It's $525 million, but no one's talking about it. And I just wonder how many of the councilmen, as of today, as of August 15th, have looked at the 2,376 pages so they actually understand what we're going to undertake in the city of Warwick. In addition, contained within the new documents is the current breakdown and the current cost that was put together by Construction Cost Engineers of Boston, which shows the breakdown of the construction of those two schools. They have it separated, Pilgrim and Tollgate. And the combined cost of both of them by the official documents contained within is $256 million, which includes a 15% cost escalation. The simple math, 350 minus 256 is $94 million. Anyone have any questions where that $94 million is? I hope it's not like the Apponaug Circulator where they told us for 2 years it was 28 million and then it came in at 71 million and the state said, oops, we forgot to include the cost of engineering. Well, I can tell you as someone that's involved in school construction, there's not 96 or $94 million worth of engineering on that project. I also remember several councilmen stating that the councilmen were going to hold seminars in their wards to educate the people so the voters would have a good background and education of what to expect when we have the school construction and how it's going to affect them. I haven't seen anything yet. I haven't seen any advertisements. You guys all got $200,000. Maybe you spend a couple $100 and hold a venue where we can do that and have that discussion. The fact of the matter is, in the absence of doing that, the voters have no idea of what the actual cost is going to be. I went to this meeting the other night, there was 80 people. I held up the 2 discs and said, how many people have read it? Nobody read it. So it's really important that you do that. Because in the absence of that, you know, you're putting generations of this city into debt. And the people need to be educated on that before you do that. And I think it's a shame that this is being pushed along. We've put the cart before the horse. We passed the Stage 2 document having never read it, so forth and so on. But, you know, we're at a point that you people have to look at this logically
You have 1 minute,
and
Mr.
crunch the
Cody.
numbers and see if the city can actually afford it and what the ramifications are going to be. And I don't think this council has done that. I don't think the administration has done that. And look, the fact of the matter is the school department, 1,288 out of the 1,902 people don't live in Warwick. So there's going to be no ramifications to them. You need to think about the elderly and the people on fixed incomes, because those people are going to be dramatically affected. And at this stage of their life in their golden years, they don't need this extra expense and the extra stress. And I would encourage everybody, if you haven't seen these 2 discs, I have them. I'll copy them. I'll hand deliver them to you so you can study them and so you can be prepared when you ultimately hold your meetings in your ward, which you promised the residents. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. At this time, I'm going to ask that we pause the council meeting and we go back into committees. I would request that we go to Public Properties Committee. We do have an individual who's been waiting here for that on a resolution that's in public properties. So if we could go to public properties first, then we will go back into, I believe, public safety. So public properties, if they could reconvene at this time.
The city council meeting for the Committee on Public Properties, Land Use, and Community Affairs reconvenes at 7:34 p.m. Next, we have item number 2, PCO 1522, an ordinance amending the zoning ordinances of the City of Warwick, Skydra Development petitioner. Let's see, this is introduced by Councilman Howe. Councilman Howe, let's see. I take it that you would recommend favorable action on second passage?
I do. I'm sorry. I want to say it. Move favorable action on second passage.
Do we have a motion? Do we have any questions from members of the council? Questions or comments? Members of this committee or members of the council? Questions or comments, members of the public? Hearing none, do we have a motion for favorable action?
Second.
All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Third on the docket, PCO 1622, an ordinance amending the zoning ordinances of the City of Warwick, 1119 Division Site. Is this Division Site or Division Street?
Division
Site.
LLC.
Thank you. 1119 Division Site LLC petitioner. Councilman Gebhardt, your recommendation?
You'll recall we met on this previously. This is the approval to allow the car wash next to a new gas station development on Division Street. So I would recommend favorable action.
Any comments from members of the committee? Any comments, questions, members of the council? Any questions or comments, members of the public? Hearing none, do we have a motion?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Fourth and finally, item from Council President McAllister, PCR 9622, resolution regarding approval of easements to National Grid for the installation, maintenance, and operation of overhead and underground electric distribution systems at Hoxie Elementary School and Sherman Elementary School. Council President, do you have a recommendation?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is obviously a very important item as school is starting probably sooner than most people would like to think about. And we need to grant an easement so National Grid can actually do the electrical work that they need to do at these two elementary schools, Hoxie Elementary School and Sherman Elementary School. So we are kind of pressed for time here. This just allows them permission to work on the city property. We do have the director of the building authority for the school department here as well, in case there is any questions. But it's a pretty straightforward request and allow them to get in there, get the work done, so get these kids back to school. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I reviewed the resolution, and it all makes sense to me. Do we have any questions, comments from first members of the committee? Questions, comments, members of the council? Questions or comments, members of the public? Hearing none, do we have a motion?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. The City Council Committee on Public Properties, Land Use, and Community Affairs adjourns at 7:38 p.m.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Next up is the Public Safety Committee.
At 7:38. The first item is acceptance of the minutes from the committee meeting held on July 18th.
Move to accept.
Second. All in favor?
Aye. Aye.
The second is the consent calendar for claims. And the first item there is acceptance of minutes from the committee held on June 20th, 2022.
Move to accept.
Second. All in favor? Aye. Aye. All right, the first item in front of us is a claim from Patrick A. Blair. The recommendation is to not accept for this driver passing on the left side of the vehicle. I read it, and I agree with the findings from Director Earl. Any questions from the committee? Councilman Rick.
I agree.
Any comments from any members of the council? Members of the public? Do we have a motion?
Move unfavorable action.
Excuse me,
Well, is that how,
you can't,
do we hear something? I'm sorry, am I hearing somebody?
Yes.
All right, go ahead.
Given the practice, and it does not appear that Mr. Blair is present, if it were the will of the committee to assign a PCR so that the departments can reach out one last time to give them notice of the intent to follow the recommendation, so that they could appear at the next meeting. So
My question to you is, I know we have started to do that as my tenure. Was that the past practice too, though?
it has been recent practice.
Recent practice. Okay, then yes. Do we have a PCR?
22.
Could you speak? I'm sorry.
PCR 10222?
PCR 10222.
Okay. And so now what, Mr. Walsh, sir?
If it's the committee's pleasure to hold the item to the next meeting, which would be September 7th, and we'd
Do
give
we have
the,
such a motion?
So moved.
Second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
All right. And the next one is Attila Karekis. And the recommendation on that is also to deny, now you got to get that one out. A trash vote, right, correct. So your recommendation is for a PCR on that also?
That's,
At my pleasure, I understand that. I'm asking.
whatever the committee's will is, we
And what
can
do, can we get a
identify it
PCR for
and then.
that, please?
Are we going to stick with the same PCR 99 that's already
yeah.
assigned, or do you want a new number?
Yes, this is a housekeeping matter, given the fact that there were 2 items on this consent calendar, and we've removed one. There's only 1 item left, so for our purposes, for the clerk, we're going to leave this item as PCR 9922, and that we're just going to remove that item from the larger consent calendar vote,
Okay.
if that's the
And you
committee's
help me
will.
when we get to the general main meeting. So we need a motion to hold?
Just go through the, any
Any
questions?
comments from the committee? Any comments from the council? Any comments from the public? Seeing none, do we have a motion?
I move to hold what must be the most frivolous, in my opinion, from reviewing this report, claim that has come before this committee during my tenure. Move to hold to the next meeting.
Second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
And that's it for the consent calendar. Going back to the main calendar. And the first item, I am recusing myself from for the 3rd time. And I will remove myself and hand over the chairmanship to Mr. McElroy. No offense.
Okay, we're doing PCR 78-22, Paul DiPetrillo. I think he wants 300, right?
Unless he's here, it says
No, he's not here. Council President?
Yes, I believe the way we left it is Mr. DiPetrillo was going to check with his insurance company to see if it could go through the insurance. I did not get any indication from him whether that happened. If not, I believe Councilman Sinapi may have spoken with him.
Yep, so he indicated it's all set to be able to pass it as is for the reimbursement as proposed by the committee.
Move favorable action in, oh, excuse me. I'll yield to the chair.
Any questions from the council? Questions from the public? Do I hear a motion?
Move favorable action in the amount of $300.
Second?
Aye.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay.
Next item is a PCR 9422, a resolution in regards to erecting a stop sign on Goodrich Avenue where it intersects with Pettigrew Drive. For action, Council President Mcallis. Yep, Goodrich.
Thank you. For this stop sign, I have a traffic study request from the neighbors to add this, and I ask for favorable action.
All right, any comments from the committee? Comments from the council? Comments from the public? Do we have a motion?
Move favorable action.
Second?
All in favor?
Aye.
The next is PCR 95-22, a resolution regards to directing stop signs at the intersection of Oakhouse Street and Cumberland Road. For action, Council President Mcallis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. A constituent of mine arrived this afternoon and asked, she lives right in front of where the stop signs would be. She asked for some additional time to be able to review this. So I'm going to ask that we hold this for 1 month, just so she can speak with the traffic officer that conducted the traffic study. She has a few questions and was not able to stay this evening. So I want to respect her, and I request that you hold this for the second meeting in September.
Second meeting? Second meeting, sir? 19. Any questions from the committee, from the council? Any questions from the public? Do we have a motion?
Move to hold to September 19th.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
The Public Safety Committee is adjourned at 7:47. Well done, gentlemen.
The next committee is the Intergovernmental Committee.
It is now 7:47, and the Intergovernmental Committee is now in session. The first order of business is the acceptance of the minutes from the committee meeting held on May 16th. Do I hear a motion?
So moved. Second.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
First order is PCR 91-22, a resolution extending a commission to examine possible means of tax relief for the Warwick property owners through tax exemptions. Councilman Ricks. Okay. Any questions from the committee? Questions from the council? Do I hear a motion?
I move favorable action.
Second.
Have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
The next order of business is PCR 93-22, a resolution relative to the city council meeting calendar for 2023. Councilwoman Travis?
Yes, I'd like to move favorable action on the calendar.
Any questions from the committee? Council President?
Thank you, and I thank Councilwoman Travis for taking the lead on this. I do want to point out just a few things for my colleagues here. You'll notice in May, there are additional meetings. We figured we'll just plan for the budget hearings for that week. So we'll give the city plenty of notice. That's when we are planning. I think we always know we're going to do the budget. Let's give ourselves a year to plan here, and people can get it on their thing. It saves the clerk time for calling for special meetings and going out there. So I did talk to the administration, and they think they can make these dates work. So I did want to flag that. We also changed the June meeting to June 26th because of the federal holiday on June 19th, the week before, so Juneteenth. So those are just a couple of things I wanted to point out, but that is a new change to putting the budget hearings right on the committee, right on the calendar, just for planning purposes for the city, for the residents, for the council people. So thank you.
Any questions from the council? Any questions from the public? Hearing none, do I hear a motion?
Favorable action.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Pass. It is now 7:51 and the Intergovernmental Committee concludes.
finished committees. If you are following us here in the ordinance or at home, we have done roll call. We have done the salute to the flag. We have done general communications. We have had a presentation from the Warwick Center for the Arts. We have done the acceptance of the minutes for July 18th, and we have done public comment Rule 41. So we are now on the number 1 on the agenda, the consent calendar, PCR 97-22, resolution relative to bids. Committee report, finance.
Favorable action.
For action, Councilman Howe.
Move favorable action.
Second by Councilman Foley. Councilman Gephardt and Councilman Lattiser. Go ahead, Chairman Howe.
Thank you, Mr. President. Bid 2023-097, Class A body repair and painting. Bid 2023-128, State of Rhode Island wireless cellular service. Bid 2023-136, 2022 Ford F-150 police response four-wheel crew cab. Bid 2023-139, Net Motion mobility software. Bid 2023-142, managed engine software. Bid 2021-093, maintenance contract for Xerox multifunctional copier and HP LaserJet. Bid 2023-106, miscellaneous police gear and equipment. Bid 2023-107, police psychological evaluations. Bid 2022-165, various replacement auto parts for police department. Bid 2023-140, police recruitment. Bid 2023-131, purchase tablets and docking stations. Bid 2023-141, certified operate and certified physical analysis seminar. Bid 2021-064, police recruitment. 2023-086, Scott Airpack X3 Pros SCBA and related equipment. Bid 2023-034, emergency services software. Bid 2023-134, Code Red emergency notification system. Bid 2022-124 Bravo, annual bituminous concrete and Portland cement. Bid 2022-149 gutter and tube type brooms. And bid 2023-085 redistricting mailing service, printing and mailing of 4x6 postcards. That concludes the bid.
Thank you, Councilman Howe. Are there any questions or comments that were not asked earlier this evening in the Finance Committee? Okay, next up on the consent calendar is PCR 98-22, a resolution relative to abatements. Committee report, finance.
Favorable action.
For action, Councilman Howe.
Move favorable action.
Second by Councilman Foley. Go ahead, Councilman Howe.
The abatements were reviewed by the committee and recommended for favorable action to this body.
Thank you. Are there any questions or comments on PCR 98-22 that were not asked during Finance Committee earlier this evening? Okay, next up is number 3 is PCR 99-22. I believe this has been moved from the consent calendar. Okay, so with the consent calendar has been moved in second, so we're going to have a vote now on the consent calendar. A yes vote is for favorable action on the consent calendar. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Mcallis?
Yes.
Mr. Foley? Yes. Mr. Gephardt? Mr. Howe?
Yes.
Mr. Lattiser?
Yes.
Mr. McElroy?
Yes.
Mr. Ricks?
Yes.
Mr. Sinapi? Ms. Travis? Yes. 9 yes, consent passes.
Thank you. The consent calendar passage. Councilman Howe, I believe a number of items have been removed from the consent calendar. Councilman Howe.
Yes, Mr. President. The first item that was removed was PCR, formerly bid 2023-091, remove and replace repair roofs at Fire Station 8, is now PCR 100-22. The recommendation from the committee was hold, but I would refer to Councilman Lattiser as I would request recommendation of favorable action.
Okay, so we'll take your recommendation as favorable action. We'll get a second, then I'll go to Councilman Lattiser.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair, Mr. President. So realizing the issues with the cost of roofing and how the cost of this product has gone crazy over the past year or so, I did not want to see this held if it didn't need to be and take a chance of further cost increase on either of the taxpayers or the vendor. So I did reach out to the chairman of the Contractors Registration and Licensing Board earlier to verify this contractor, Plan B Construction out of Barrington. The issue here is yes, under the Rhode Island general laws, you do need to be a licensed commercial roofer to perform roofing on commercial buildings. But the roofing is isolated to rubber roofing. Asphalt shingles are excluded from the commercial licensing requirement for roofers. So having said that, Plan B Construction is a registered roofing contractor, registered contractor, and is allowed to install asphalt shingles on a commercial building. His registration number is GC27826. He has no violations on his record and no complaints. So having said that, with all due respect, I would request favorable action on this item to avoid any unnecessarily delays. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll take that as a motion for favorable action. Do we have a second? Second by Councilman Gephardt and Councilwoman Travis. Are there any questions or comments on the motion? Hearing none, the clerk will call the roll for favorable action.
Mr. Mcallis?
Yes.
Mr. Foley? Mr. Gephardt?
Yes.
Mr. Howe?
Yes.
Mr. Lattiser? Mr. McElroy?
Yes.
Mr. Ricks?
Yes.
Mr. Sinapi? Ms. Travis? 9 yes, motion passes.
Thank you. The motion passes. The next item, Councilman Howe, that was pulled off the consent calendar.
Bid 2023-143, website hosting and support. This was favorable action with amend.
Okay, for action, Councilman Howe.
Favorable action as with amendments.
Okay, can we have the amendment?
Yes, Mr. President. The original request was increased by $109.66 from $4,961.25 to $5,070.91. An increase, as I said, of $109.66 as it was brought to us by the director.
Okay, so the motion is to approve it at $5,070.91. Do we have a second? Second by Councilman Foley, Councilman Gephardt, and Councilman Lattiser. Are there any questions on the amendment? Hearing none, the clerk will call the roll for favorable action on the amendment.
Mr. McAllis?
Yes.
Mr. Foley? Mr. Gephardt?
Yes.
Mr. Howe?
Yes.
Mr. Lattiser? Mr. McElroy?
Yes.
Mr. Ricks?
Yes.
Mr. Sinapi? Ms. Travis? 9 yes to amend.
Thank you. Councilman Howe?
Move as amended.
I'll take that as favorable as amendment. Do we have a second? Second by Councilman Foley and Councilman Lattiser. Any questions on the motion for favorable action? Hearing none, the clerk will call the roll for favorable action as amended.
Mr. McAllis?
Yes.
Mr. Foley? Mr. Gephardt? Mr. Howe?
Yes.
Mr. Lattiser?
Yes.
Mr. McElroy?
Yes.
Mr. Ricks?
Yes.
Mr. Sinapi? Ms. Travis? 9 yes as amended.
Thank you. The amendment passes. Number 3 this evening, Councilman Howe.
I believe that was all, Mr. President.
Yep, PCR 102. Oh, that's public safety. I'm sorry. Okay. Public safety, you have 2 items that were pulled off the consent calendar.
The first item removed is PCR 10222, and the recommendation was to hold until September 7th.
Okay, hold to September 7th. The next item, Councilman Foley.
The other item is the other claim is PCR 9922. Committee also recommended to hold until September 7th.
Hold to September 7th. That finishes the consent calendar and the items that were pulled off. We are now moving to the unfinished business on your agenda. First off is PCO 15-22. This is for second passage, committee report, land use.
Recommend favorable action.
For action, Councilman Howe.
Respectfully request favorable action.
Second by Councilman Lattiser and Councilman Foley. Are there any questions that were not asked earlier this evening in committee or at the public hearing at the last meeting? Hearing none, the clerk will call the roll for favorable action for second passage.
McAllister?
Yes.
Mr. Foley? Mr. Gephardt? Mr. Howe?
Yes.
Mr. Lattiser?
Yes.
Mr. McElroy?
Yes.
Mr. Ricks?
Yes.
Mr. Sinapi? Ms. Travis? 9 yes, second passage.
Thank you. Second passage passes. Next up is PCO 16-22. This is for second passage, committee report, land use.
Recommend favorable action.
For action, Councilman Gephardt. Councilman moves favorable action, second by Councilwoman Travis, Councilman Howe, Councilman McElroy, Councilman Foley, and Councilman Lattiser. Are there any questions or comments that were not asked earlier this evening or during the public hearing at the last meeting? Hearing none, the clerk will call the roll for favorable action.
Mr. Mcallis?
Yes.
Mr. Foley? Mr. Gephardt? Mr. Howe?
Yes.
Mr. Lattiser?
Yes.
Mr. McElroy?
Yes.
Mr. Ricks?
Yes.
Mr. Sinapi? Ms. Travis? 9 yes, second passage.
Second passage passes. Next up is PCR 27-22, which is now 2022-333, flock automatic license plate readers. Committee report, Finance.
Hold till September 19th.
Hold to September 19th. Number 4 this evening is PCR 78-22, Committee report, Public Safety. Mr. DiPetrillo's, I believe it's favorable for 300.
Favorable action.
For action,
Favorable for $300.
thank you, Councilman McElroy. Do we have a second? Second by Councilman Lattiser. Are there any questions or comments that were not asked in committee earlier this evening? I know we're going to have one extension, so the clerk will call the roll. Oh, we're going to have two. Well, clerk will call the roll.
Mr. McAllister?
Yes.
Mr. Foley? Mr. Gephardt? Mr. Howe?
Abstain.
Mr. Lattiser?
Yes.
Mr. McElroy?
Yes.
Mr. Ricks?
Yes.
Mr. Sinapi? Ms. Travis? 7 yes, 2 abstentions.
Thank you. The motion passes. Next up is PCR 87-22, which is now 2023-442, Committee Report, Finance.
Hold till September 7th.
Hold to September 7th. Number 6 this evening is PCR 88-22, which is now 2022-441, Committee Report, Finance.
Hold till September 7th.
Hold to September 7th. We are now moving to new business. First up this evening is PCO 6-22, Committee Report Ordinance.
So that was moved to the floor for discussion.
Correct. So if the councilman will indulge me, I believe that this is a time we had public hearing, public comments. I know some council people had indicated they would like to make some amendments. I would recommend that we take amendments at this time, have the discussion. It's been posted. It's ready to go. We can discuss that, and then we can vote on any amendments, and then we can vote on if we want to move forward or any other item that the council people would like. So do we have council members that would like to propose amendments at this time? Councilman Gephardt.
I'm thinking that these go in separate places, so I may make them one at a time. Would that be appropriate? Okay. So recommending an amendment to C to add an item 6, which says without a documented Warwick Police case number or incident number, comma, and reason for the inquiry, period.
Could you repeat the language, please?
So number 6, without an associated Warwick Police case number or incident number and documented reason for the inquiry, period.
Documented reason for being
documented reason for the inquiry.
for the period. Thank you. Is that the extent of the amendment?
Yes. I have a couple
I would
more.
recommend that we take them Is it a different one? Is the next one a different subject part of it?
I mean, I could do them all together. I just don't want us to get hung up on if someone doesn't like one part versus another part, you know?
We can do it any way you'd like, Councilman. It's your amendment.
Do you envision that they're all within the prohibition section, or do you have others that would be listed out there?
I've got one that's going to be down in section D. And one that probably goes best in section B.
Okay, we'll take them one at a time, just so everyone gets their own. So do we have a second on Councilman Councilman Gephardt's amendment? Councilman Ricks seconds. Okay, so now we are open for discussion. Any additional comments, Councilman Gephardt?
No, I just think it's important that we are clear that, you know, this is not data that's used for browsing. There must be a documented case or incident opened, and then the search gets associated with that case or incident, such that a sufficient audit trail could exist to look back at searches that were performed and reasonably ascertain why they were performed and in what regard they were associated to.
Thank you. So what I would like to do for all the amendments is ask for the council's input on that, and I would also like to give the opportunity for the colonel to come up and speak on any amendment. You all set, Councilman? Councilman Ricks.
I seconded, certainly for purposes of discussion. I think that Councilman Gebhardt raises a very valid point, and I think that language to that effect should be contained in a final ordinance before we pass it. Some of this actually reminds me of the whole concept of federalism. We think back to the civics and social studies classes, the debate over whether with our United States Constitution, the degree to which we want to specifically enumerate certain items as opposed to the concept of a federalist document, well, I suppose more broadly, the concepts of federalism being those of only the enumerated rights, purposes. I'm not expressing this very artfully, but it's a notion that effectively we don't need necessarily a Bill of Rights because the federal government is already limited in its scope. Of course, the debate ended up going quite differently. We had a Bill of Rights that was passed, and very rightfully so. So it is a complicated area when we are deciding to enumerate certain purposes or simply state that any purpose other than that specifically enumerated shall not be permissible. I think that Councilman Gephardt's later follow-up in his explanation for the addition of C6, I think that being further illustrated per his comments, to have that more detailed language as its own specific subsection would better serve the ordinance rather than the more brief, concise version that was proposed. For example, if one read C6 as a continuous sentence from subsection C, which begins with notwithstanding department policy, no ALPR technology shall be used, etc., as the amendment goes, then it could be construed to mean some very different things. Would it say have an unintended effect of not allowing the license plate readers to actually be used on any given day or hour without a specific written request. I mean, certainly I don't think anyone in this room would intend that, but we don't want to have any sources of confusion. I'll also say that as there was this ongoing discussion, I thought of a couple of other amendments that I think would address some of the issues that were raised by members of the public, which I see as some very valid concerns. But my broader point on this is that the more that I see, the more I go back to, I don't know, it's some sort of old cartoon or the like. I think we've all seen it, where someone is trying to plug holes in the dam, and there's one more hole that needs to be plugged, and then the cartoon character is running out of fingers and toes to try to plug all the holes that are coming up. And at a certain point, we can't just try to do that all on the fly. I think that there are some very valid amendments and changes that can be made, and that we can craft regulation that is a compromise, accomplishes our objectives, but I just don't see us as able to accomplish that here tonight in one go. I think that this is just something that needs a bit more deliberation, not just for ourselves, but for members of the public, and to make sure that we have the opportunity to run everything by legal counsel, and also just compare our ordinance to our proposed ordinance to other ordinances that are out there, to make sure that if we are going to pass this, that it has some level of compatibility.
Councilman, I appreciate, we have an amendment, we just want, and we will have time to, if we're going to do a vote at the end, but
Very
just
well.
looking for comments on Councilman Gephardt's amendment at this time.
Those are my comments. I think that the amendment would benefit from further deliberation. And so while I seconded for purposes of discussion, as I do believe in the concept, I think that the language would need a bit further refinement, as would, frankly, my own amendments that I would suggest.
Thank you. And Councilman Gephardt, can you just give your amendment one more time? And I want to go around to, just so I want to keep everyone that we know what we're discussing at this time. So Solicitor Walsh will discuss the amendment right now.
So the amendment as presented by Councilman Gephardt would add subsection C6 on page 2, the words "without an associated work police department case number or incident number and documented reason for the inquiry."
Thank you. Colonel, do you have any comments or questions for the councilman on this proposed amendment?
I would indicate that this amendment, as well as several of the other amendments to include the 30-day storage limit, transparency portal, and documenting the incidents per case number or incident number, are all part of our policy. I think they're if you want to put them in amendment form, I think that's appropriate. I think it's valuable. But just so you know, we have that and 7 other pages of information that is housed in this policy, which is why we wanted to have this policy approved through the Board of Public Safety, disseminated to the council every time, well, when we initiate it and any time that we make changes. I don't necessarily agree that this is the appropriate body to promulgate or change or ratify our department policies, given that you are the legislative branch of government. However, I think that you have other means that if we start to sway from the intent or violate our own policy or violate the ordinance, that you would have the opportunity to either not renew a contract or cut a contract right in the middle or change an ordinance. But as far as the amendment goes, I agree with it. I think it's more than appropriate. And again, that and several of the items that were brought up today are currently in the proposed policy that I'd wish to present in front of the Board of Public Safety so that you can all get a copy of it.
Thank you, Colonel. Any questions from members of the council on this particular amendment? Okay, we can take that. We can then. It's been moved and seconded. So it was moved favorable and it's been seconded. So a yes vote is on this, just this amendment, just this piece that the solicitor just read in to the record, adding number 6 on here. So the clerk will call the roll for favorable action just on this amendment.
Mr. Mcallis?
Yes.
Mr. Foley? Mr. Gephardt? Mr. Howe?
No.
Mr. Lattiser?
Yes.
Mr. McElroy?
Yes.
Mr. Ricks?
Yes.
Mr. Sinapi? Ms. Travis? 8 yes, 1 no.
Okay, the amendment passes. Councilman Gephardt, you have the floor.
Okay, I guess we'll continue here. So the second would, I think, be appropriate to go on point D and to precede the statement starting with data. And to say, or I'm going to change that, to follow the that sentence that's already there, which ends in agencies, and to say, the Warwick Police Department shall have a data retention policy on all ALPR collected information of no longer than 30 days, except where an active investigation is underway, period.
Okay, we're going to take that as a motion.
Sure.
We got to get a second. But can you read it one more time for the solicitor?
Councilman, if I could interject, and with the Colonel's pleasure, because I have seen some preliminary language surrounding some sort of data retention policy. Colonel, the language surrounding data storage, I guess, would you prefer the language that would go into establishing very clear structure of the records retention and all of that, or would a general policy as presented by the council person?
Yeah, I think the way it reads in the policy is a little more inclusive to include civil action. And I can quote if you'd like me to. All ALPR data downloaded to the server should be stored for no longer than 30 days and in accordance with established Rhode Island records retention schedule. Thereafter, ALPR data shall be purged unless it has become or is reasonable to become evidence in a criminal or civil action or subject to a discovery request or other lawful action to produce records.
Sounds much better. Thank you, Chief.
I'll second for purpose of discussion.
Oh, yeah. Okay, so is that the full amendment, or what's the exact language that we're going to go with?
So, Councilman, the extrapolated language that the Colonel discussed, is that something that
Yes,
enshrines the intent of your amendment?
What I'd like to do here is offer directionally a few items that I'd like to see in here. I would much prefer to not craft the language here on the fly. So I think if the chief has language that's already in the policy that aligns with what we're trying to accomplish, that would be a great way to get it right.
Yeah, and I do think that's important to point out for everybody here. Again, this is just an ordinance of things that the city council would like to see in the actual policy. The policy is being drafted and worked on for the Board of Public Safety. So this is recommendations. We would like to see this if we add these things. That's why it's not going as deep as, I mean, that was a long explanation because that's what the policy is for. This is an ordinance to set the framework on that. Ultimately, we could pass any ordinance about this. If the city council doesn't agree with the policy that comes out of the Board of Public Safety, the city council has options, including not purchasing the cameras. So again, I think there's really good discussion. We're not going to be able to include everything that we want to see in this ordinance because that's not really what we're doing here. That's going to be in the policy. We want to make sure that the city council is on record saying these things are important to us. So I think that the line that, Councilman Gephardt is bringing up, like that theory, you put that right in there, the 30 days, we put it right there. The details and stuff like that, that'll be flushed out within the actual policy in the end. So again, this is things we want to highlight. That's why we have this list of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 6 now. So again, we're kind of in different territory, whereas there's an ordinance we would like to see in a policy. We don't have the policy. We're not going to be voting on the policy, but ultimately, if the city council does not agree with the policy, we do have some repercussions, like not purchasing the cameras in the end. So I know that was a long discussion. I was trying to stall a little bit so the solicitor can get some language. Solicitor Walsh.
Sure. So Councilman Gephardt has moved an amendment to extend at the end of subsection D on page 2, and it's been seconded by Councilman Ricks to add the language that says all ALPR data downloaded to the server shall be stored for no longer than 30 days. It should. Okay. All ALPR data downloaded to the server should be stored for no longer than 30 days and in accordance with the established Rhode Island Records retention schedule. Thereafter, all ALPR data shall be purged unless it has become or is reasonable to believe it will become evidence in a criminal or civil action or is subject to a disciplinary request or other lawful action to produce records.
Councilman Gephardt, your thoughts or comments on that? Is that your intention?
Yes.
Okay. And Councilman Ricks has seconded for discussion. Councilman Ricks.
My question is, what sort of civil actions would the ALPR data be used for?
Could be a civil action after a hit and run investigation.
Could it be, say, a workers' compensation action by the employer or insurance company where they caught using the ALPR technology, they recovered it and they discovered that, this person that we are surveilling is where that person is not being expected to be?
No. This is for law enforcement purposes only. So unless another law enforcement agency was initiating a criminal investigation against somebody, we would not release the information. So if a civil entity or a lawyer approached us and asked for this information, it would not be given to them.
So would the police department be taking any civil actions in which it would be using this data?
I can't think of any. I would have to say no.
Yeah, that was actually my main concern with this language, because it would seem to be inconsistent with other language from the the section that we have that refers to law enforcement agencies. And I similarly can't think of any civil actions that the police department or city would be taking where it would be using this kind of data. It would be, unless it were a matter of enforcement of the of a motor vehicle code, which is what we're trying to prohibit in section C4. So therefore, I would request that we, from the amendment, strike any reference to civil actions. I'm fine with the reference to criminal actions.
And along the same line, Councilman, questions about discovery request or other lawful requests to produce records?
That's another area that raises concern for me because I'm not sure where these discovery requests would be coming from. If the law enforcement agency already has the data, then who's making the discovery request?
I would be okay with simplifying that last line to keep it to active or reasonably reasonable to become an active investigation. And
Okay, so following those guidelines to address the second sentence of the amendment, thereafter ALPR data shall be purged unless it has become or is reasonable to believe it will become evidence in a criminal action or is subject to a discovery request or other lawful action to produce records. So that is removing the or civil. You also want to take out the other piece so that it's restricted
criminal
only
action,
to
period.
criminal actions. Councilman Ricks on the amendment. Colonel?
I don't object.
Okay. You all set, Councilman Ricks? Can I go? Councilman Lattiser.
Yes, this goes to what Councilman Gebhardt was speaking to, as well as Councilman Ricks. So under procedure, it says, an ALPR shall only be used for official law enforcement business. And I think that Councilman Ricks brought up a good point with the civil issues, because this is used throughout this document, law enforcement business. So I'm wondering, in a court of law, isn't the courts in the law enforcement business, are they not enforcing laws? Does a judge enforce laws, and is that not construed as law enforcement? So I think that terminology there, that wording there, shall only be used for official law enforcement business. I think that is very, very vague, and I think it is widely open for interpretation. I would think that in the case that Councilman Ricks spoke to, a workers' comp fraud case where someone was allegedly out for an injury, is breaking the workers' comp laws, and there is an agency, whether it be the courts or others that are looking to enforce the workers' comp laws, wouldn't they have access to that information? I'm suggesting that law enforcement is very vague.
Councilman, I would suggest that that's subsection B of the ordinance, and we're discussing an amendment on subsection D. Certainly something that we can come back and refine, but for the...
No, I'm just using that example. That's in the Warwick Police Department's document that was given to us. It starts out with purpose and policy, authority, and under definitions. So I was using that as a reference for what Councilman Ricks had brought up. My point being is, as I said earlier, there is, I think, a lot of vague statements and issues in this policy. I think it's great that, we're disseminating all this now and going through it. But I think that there's so much here that, again, I agree with Councilman Ricks that this is not something that should be decided this evening. So I do have an amendment, but I'll sit back and, hold that until everyone else is done. But I think we should get a clarification on that terminology of law enforcement.
Certainly, there's many technical and complicated items, and that's the purpose of the discussion here this evening. And we're going through the process at the moment, one amendment at a time, to clarify these items. So just to refresh the council's recollection and those at home watching or here watching, we are currently on a motion to amend Section D of the bill to add language that says all ALPR data downloaded to the server should be stored for no longer than 30 days and in accordance with the established Rhode Island Records retention schedule. Thereafter, ALPR data shall be purged unless it has become or is reasonable to believe it will become evidence in a criminal action. That's the amendment before the council.
Okay. Councilman Gephardt.
Solicitor, can I just clean up one little piece at the beginning where it says downloaded to the server? Can we simplify that by just saying collected? Because I think it would actually be uploaded to the server, not downloaded to the server, but that's semantics. It's just what is.
Councilman, for the purposes of that, I think reviewing the grammar and the intent of what you're looking to do, if we delete downloaded to the server and just say all ALPR data should be stored for no longer than, et cetera. If that, Councilman Ricks has the second on this as well.
Just the only thing I would say is that audit trails could be considered ALPR data, so I wouldn't want to restrict the storage of audit trails.
If I may suggest, since the section...
Councilman, got to be recognized, so hold on one second. So Councilman Gephardt, what was your question? You were speaking to the solicitor?
Yeah, I don't want to unintentionally require a short retention period on something like an audit trail, which conceivably you would want to store for longer, like, oh, what searches did Councilman Sinapi make in the ALPR database 6 months ago because some issue has arisen? So if we can clarify just ALPR license plate data or video, photo captures or whatever, but not limit it to any interpretation of ancillary data in the system.
So if my understanding is correct, this is related to another item that about essentially preserving a potential transparency, or to what you just referred to as a data or an audit trail. The idea is exempting the records of use of the technology from that purging requirement. Is that
right?
Okay.
Because the idea is that it's only used against a specific case or act or incident that is actively being worked, and that should be verifiable by looking back at audit trails of what searches were made by whom at what time, to tick and tie back to make sure that the usage is proper.
If I may, having a 30-day retention schedule and deleting all that data will not affect our ability to perform data detection browsing audits. Again, we have all our audits outlined in the policy, and we would still maintain the ability to do an audit on all our cases to see exactly why officers were accessing the system.
Great. So maybe we could say comma, save audit records. I'll leave that one to you.
While the solicitor's thinking of that, I'll go to Councilman Ricks. Just on this, correct?
Right. So I think that if we were to define the term that's already contained in subsection D, data collected by an ALPR technology system, and make clear in a definition exactly what that means, then we can just use that term of art, and then in subsequent sentences, we can just start off that later sentence with the term such data.
That's great.
Again, this is very good discussion and debate. I do want to stress again, there's a reason that the Public Safety Committee is writing the policy and gets into these granular, just really detailed things. That is their position. What this original ordinance was to do is just to get some, 10,000 feet guidelines. We're looking for these things. And if then it goes to the public safety to define law enforcement, all that stuff. That is their position. We can put anything you guys want in. I just want to point out the original plan for this ordinance is to give guidelines of what we expect to see at the basic level. We would expect to see this in the policy that's going to become, and that it's just like any other police policy. It's run through the public safety. Councilman Gephardt.
So is there a world in which we can not pass an ordinance tonight or anytime until such time as we are presented with a policy? And if we feel like we need to make it more restrictive in the ordinance, or need to summarize key points from the policy that we never want to see removed from the policy, that at such point after reviewing the policy, we document that in the ordinance? Is there a pragmatic reason that the ordinance has to come before the policy?
I mean, again, this is the council. We can run it any way that you want. I think while they're drafting and working on this policy, they should know, hey, we're looking for this. At a minimum, you need to have this stuff included. It's up to the council how you want to proceed. This is just one option to do it. Anything else, Councilman Gephardt?
Mr. President,
Councilman
may I
Lattiser.
comment on that?
Yep, Councilman Lattiser.
So, with all due respect, what we're doing here this evening is a lot more than just a suggestion or a recommendation to the police department or the Board of Public Safety. This is an ordinance. This isn't just, we would like to see you do this, and, we hope that you include it. The words shall be used. That is definitive. There's no open interpretation about that. So this is a lot more than just a recommendation. So I think it's absolutely imperative that this particular ordinance gets done completely, and gets done the way it needs to be done, because this is a directive. We're not suggesting anything. As the legislative branch of government, we are stating a very hard position. This is the legislation. This is what the department policy shall be used. Thank you.
Okay, we do have an amendment that has been seconded. I think we all need to hear it again before we make any motions. And then I would like to go back to the Colonel one more time after we read the thing. And then the motion has been moved and seconded. We do want to hear the motion one more time. Mr. Walsh.
Just to clarify with the sponsor of the amendment, the clarification to remove downloaded to the server was an intent of yours?
Yes.
And I believe the chief articulated the distinction of how the policy could bridge the gap between an audit trail and the actual data itself. So my suggestion would be to remove the word all and so as well. And so we could just have the sentence read, ALPR data should be stored for no longer than 30 days and in accordance with the established Rhode Island Records retention schedule. Thereafter, ALPR data shall be purged unless it has become or it is reasonable to believe it will become evidence in a criminal action.
Good.
Councilman Ricks?
I think that we really should define the term ALPR data because I think that we know here tonight what we mean by ALPR data. We mean the term that begins at subsection D, quote, data collected by an ALPR technology system, end quote. I think that that's the same term. ALPR data, I like that term. It's shorter, less cumbersome, but we really need to make sure that we have a full definition of that term because otherwise we might end up in a situation where there's a question of whether the audit, the data that Councilman Gebhardt referred to, that would be a matter of auditing the use of the system, whether or not that could be construed to be ALPR data, or even data that's not strictly collected by the ALPR system, but some sort of other data that's not collected by that system. So I think that we need to very carefully craft a definition for ALPR data so that it's not going to be under-inclusive or over-inclusive. It needs to be just right. And I'm concerned that we may not be able to wordsmith that so precisely just here on the fly.
So for the purposes of it being undefined, you previously referenced the use of such data rather than ALPR data because there is a preceding sentence that narrows the scope. Would that be of interest to limit it in such a way?
It would. I think that that would solve the immediate problem, although I think that really the better approach, especially since, well, since we may be getting more into some of these details, and really any policy should have its own definitions as well. I think that the more detailed policy through the police department and through the Board of Public Safety, really we should be working with the same set of terms and definitions in the ordinance as in the policy, because then if there's a conflict between the policy and the ordinance, that would open up a whole new can of worms. And so I think it would be a good idea for us to make sure to have something carefully defined. For the moment, I think that just using the term such data in order to just refer back to, quote, data collected by an ALPR technology system, end quote, I think that that would accomplish the purpose for this particular amendment. But I do have those more broad concerns about trying to pass everything just here tonight.
So Councilman Gebhardt, for the purposes of making sure that the amendment as moved by you and seconded by Councilman Ricks is precise, the changing of all to such at the start of that sentence, is that acceptable?
I think I found the words here. So can you read back and I'll tell you when to stop?
So the most recent conversation was to add a second sentence to subsection D that reads, such data should be stored for no longer than 30 days and in accordance with the established Rhode Island Records Retention Schedule. Thereafter, ALPR data shall be purged unless it has become or it is reasonable to believe it will become evidence in a criminal action.
It appears that within the ALPR terminology, they refer to what I'm describing as audit trails as data detection browsing data, or data detection browsing activity. So perhaps we could just say except for data detection browsing activity. Something like that.
Except for data detection, browsing, activity, such data, etc.
Yeah.
Is that sufficient for the sponsor in the second of the amendment?
I would suggest that we really should have that sentence as a separate sentence, because otherwise the term such data referring back to data collected by an ALPR technology system then in other places could potentially be construed to include the term that Councilman Gebhardt used. So if we put a period and then we put another sentence stating that the term that Councilman Gebhardt used shall not be considered to be data collected by an ALPR technology system, period. And that makes clear that that term that Councilman Gebhardt used is not subject to and not otherwise included in the definition of data collected by an ALPR technology system. However, creating a definition would solve all of those problems.
Councilman Gephardt, are you comfortable with, rather than doing the except for data, going back to the language that the sentence would begin with such data and then have an ending sentence that clarifies that for the purposes of this subsection, data detection browsing activity, or something that says this is exempt from the provisions of that subsection? Is that?
Yes.
Okay. Hang on one second, please. If you want to take a little commentary, just pick.
Any additional questions on this amendment or language that we're working on? Okay.
So the language I would propose would be a final sentence there that says data detection browsing activity is exempt from the storage and purging requirements of this subsection. Councilman Rex? So what would be before the council at this time in complete form would be adding a sentence or sentences that follow subsection D that reads, such data should be stored for no longer than 30 days and in accordance with the established Rhode Island Records Retention Schedule. Thereafter, ALPR data shall be purged unless it has become or it is reasonable to believe it will become evidence in a criminal action. Data detection browsing activity is exempt from the storage and purging requirements of this subsection. Comfortable in that form, Councilman Ricks? Okay. We have back to you.
I saw 2 thumbs up on that. Are there any additional questions? Again, this is just on this particular amendment. Okay, hearing none, the clerk will call a roll for favorable action on this amendment.
Mr. Mcallis?
Yes.
Mr. Foley? Mr. Gephardt?
Yes.
Mr. Howe?
Yes.
Mr. Lattiser?
Yes.
Mr. McElroy?
Yes.
Mr. Ricks?
Yes.
Mr. Sinapi? Ms. Travis? 9 yes to amend.
Thank you. Hold on one second, please. And we're going to come back to you, Councilman Gephardt. All right, Councilman Gephardt.
Yep, just one more. Try to make this quick. This would be a new section. Well, let me get back there. Call it Section E. The Warwick Police Department will create a transparency portal available to the public, which will outline the APLR policy and metrics of the system to include, hot list sources, data retention, number of operational cameras, organizations with access to cameras, number of total plate reads in a 30-day period, and number of searches in a 30-day period.
Okay, we'll take that as amendment. We may change it a little bit, but I need a second to continue the discussion. Do we have a second? Second by Councilman Ricks. Okay, we're just going to give the solicitor a second to write that out. We'll say it again, then and if you'd like to add, give your thoughts on the amendment, you can do that as well at this time. While he's doing that, if you have any additional.
Yeah, I've seen this example in other community, in other municipality ordinances and policies. I think it will help take some of the fear out of this, which will probably be our biggest obstacle in this important tool becoming a reality to our fine men and women on the police force. It gives an easy way for folks to understand what's happening, what the usage is like, and should be a helpful tool there.
Solicitor Walsh has got the toughest job tonight.
And I can read that back to you if you like, or.
With some mild tweaking, if you would indulge the language that would say, the Warwick Police Department ALPR policy shall include the creation of a transparency portal which shall be available for public inspection and which outlines the ALPR policy and provides metrics on, and then the 6 items you identified.
Hot list sources.
Hot list sources, data retention, number of operational cameras, organizations with access to cameras, number of total plate reads in a 30-day period, and number of searches in a 30-day period. So that would be the amendment. If there's a second to the amendment, would be.
Okay, Councilman Rick seconded the amendment for discussion.
To the Colonel? Or
Colonel, do you want to read it one more time for the Colonel, and then he can respond, and then we have. You just read the amendment one more time, sorry.
The Warwick Police Department ALPR policy shall include the creation of a transparency portal, which shall be available for public inspection, and which outlines the ALPR policy and provides metrics on hot list sources, data retention, number of operational cameras, organizations with access to cameras, number of total plate reads in a 30-day period, and number of searches in a 30-day period.
I think that's appropriate.
Thank you, Mr. President. So I think there's something that we also need to consider. It has not been brought up or mentioned at all regarding the technology, the implementation of this technology, the enforcement, the oversight, et cetera, et cetera. And Mr. Gebhardt's recent amendment just kind of woke me up to an issue. We now, and have had for some time, we have difficulties attracting police officers at all. We have difficulties filling details. Wasn't me. We have difficulties filling details. The police department has, in many instances over the years, been short of officers. I think we also need to consider what is all this going to take in terms of personnel. Throughout this legislation and in some of these amendments, we're talking about implementing, creating a transparency board. We're talking about the police chief or his or her designee. We're talking about an officer overseeing, another officer following up, other folks reviewing. I think we also need to do an assessment as to how many officers are going to be needed to implement and follow up on this particular item. I think that's something that also needs to be considered. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other additional questions or comments on this amendment? Councilman Ricks.
I concur with Councilman Gebhardt and the chief. I think that a transparency portal and having this outlined in the ordinance is useful. I think that even if it weren't outlined in the ordinance, then we really should have a transparency portal if we're going to have this type of technology be used. And certainly, I think that having it in the ordinance, we have this language that's been crafted. I think it's excellent language. I think it's good for us to have that protection as part of the ordinance. So I would vote in favor of this particular amendment.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments on this amendment? Okay, hearing none, the clerk will call the roll on this amendment. Let's get it read one more time, just so we're all clear on what we're voting on. Again, this is an individual amendment that we're voting on.
The amendment moved by Councilman Gephardt, second by Councilman Ricks, would add a new subsection E on page 2 that reads, the Warwick Police Department ALPR policy shall include the creation of a transparency portal, which shall be available for public inspection and which outlines the ALPR policy and provides metrics on 1, hot list sources, 2, data retention, 3, number of operational cameras, 4, organizations with access to cameras, 5, number of total plate reads in a 30-day period, and 6, number of searches in a 30-day period.
Okay. All right. The clerk will call the roll for favorable action on just this amendment.
Ms. Mr. McAllister?
Yes.
Mr. Foley? Mr. Gephardt?
Yes.
Mr. Howe?
Yes.
Mr. Lattiser?
Yes.
Mr. McElroy? Mr. Ricks?
Yes.
Mr. Sinapi? Ms. Travis? 9 yes to amend.
Thank you. Councilman Gephardt, anything else? Okay, thank you. I will put this out to my colleagues on the council here. I think we've done a lot of good work on this tonight. We've had multiple members of the public speak on that. Happy to entertain any more amendments that we would like to make on this. Colonel, if we can clean up this language here, get it there so everybody knows. In the meantime, if we were to, if a member of the council wanted to make a motion to hold on this, in the meantime, I know you're going forward with the Board of Public Safety. The Board of Public Safety were to pass their policy, could you get that to the members of the city council and we can review that? And then when this item comes up again, we'll have a little more on the granular detail of exactly what is in the policy, and that may give the council a little more ease and understanding of exactly what we're looking for. And we could put in the ordinance at that time to say, we also like this, this, and this. I don't know if that is something we can do. I'm kind of spitballing here, but I'd like to get your thoughts on, taking a pause on this. We had a lot of language changes on the floor here. I think we'd all be more comfortable being able to read that. What are the next steps from the Board of Public Safety, Colonel?
Certainly, Mr. President, I think it'd be a great idea to pause at this time. Let me get the policy in front of the Board of Public Safety for their approval. Then we can disseminate it to the mayor and to the council. And I think that would assist in facilitating some of the proposed amendments. Again, I think all of these amendments are appropriate. Each of the ones that were mentioned tonight are already housed in the policy. So if it makes this process more smooth, I think it'd be more than appropriate to wait till the next session once you already have the approved policy.
Sure, but and I do think this was an important step this evening to get this discussion. We can't discuss together on anything like this unless it comes before this. I know that there was multiple council members that were thinking of this path, so I'm not taking credit for bringing it up. I just happen to have the mic. But I am looking for a council member. If you have Councilman Lattiser.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. I have one amendment that I would like to add. I'm assuming it'll probably be the last or at the end of this entire document. And that amendment would be ALPR technology policy. We'll come back to the City Council after the Board of Public Safety reviews and presents their recommendation to the council for ratification.
Okay, we need a second on that. Do we have a second on that? Okay, Councilman Ricks has seconded that. Colonel, I'd like to get your thoughts on any type of ratification of a police policy from the City Council.
Sure. So with respect to this body and branch of government, I don't believe that it's your role to approve my policies or the police department's policies. It falls under a different branch of government. We fall under the executive branch and the Board of Public Safety, not the legislative branch. I have a policy manual with several hundred policies in it. And if we set a precedent where the City Council were to approve or alter policies, that could have a drastic effect on our agency. We're guided by Rhode Island general law, federal law, CALEA standards. There are several other governing bodies that dictate our policies. I just don't feel that this particular branch should be overseeing and approving our policies.
Thank you, Colonel. Councilman Lattiser.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. With all due respect to the Colonel, I think this isn't your normal run-of-the-mill policy. Again, we're not talking about stop sign enforcement, speeding laws, et cetera. This is a significant policy change addition, and we just spent the better part of 3 hours promulgating proposed amendments and directives on what this policy needs to have or not have. This, once it moves from this body and returns to the police department certainly will have their options of changing, modifying, including, excluding language in the current document. Certainly, they wouldn't be able to change whatever we approve in the shall be used. Then it can go to the Board of Public Safety, who is a 3-member appointed board, and that board can further modify it. This is something that can and probably will have a significant bearing on the people that live in the city of Warwick and the people that travel through the city of Warwick. And I absolutely believe in this particular instance that the legislative branch of government, which is what we do, we promulgate, propose, pass legislation, which this would be. I believe that we absolutely not only have a responsibility, but I think we have an obligation to the people that we represent here in the city of Warwick to have the final say, yay or nay, on what the Board of Public Safety is proposing. And having said that, once again, I would respectfully request favorable action on this amendment. Thank you.
Solicitor Walsh.
Thank you, Councilman. Just for a more technical basis, I think we could, without adding too much verbiage, achieve your intention here about council ratification by amending in section B, third sentence reads, "The policy and any changes thereto shall be approved by the Board of Public Safety prior to the operation." If you add after public safety and ratified by the council prior to, I think the insertion of that language would simplify but match your intent, if that's acceptable. Okay.
That works.
So that's the amendment presented by Councilman Lattiser, which has been seconded by Councilman Ricks, to add the language on the bottom of page 1 after shall be approved by the Board of Public Safety, insert the language and ratified by the council.
Okay. Again, this is a change to the language. Colonel, if you would just give your position again.
Again, my position remains the same, and with respect, I think that there are other means if you do not like the policy, or in Councilman Lattiser's case, where he suggested that at any point I could just change the policy and nobody would know about it. Again, it's in the ordinance as written that any changes would have to be brought before the Board of Public Safety and then issued to you. If this body did not approve of the changes, you would certainly have the ability to create an ordinance that would prohibit the use of ALPR technology.
Thank you, Colonel.
Mr.
Any
President?
additional questions on this amendment from anyone who hasn't spoken yet? Councilman Gephardt.
I do have one. I am concerned about scope creep here. I mean, clearly, this is an important area and one that the public, is concerned about, and I think that many of us are concerned about. But I agree, there's no past precedent for, at least to my knowledge, for the city council approving policies that fall in the court of the Board of Public Safety. That said, I don't ever recall receiving a notification that a new policy was ratified or amended in the past, and so perhaps a middle ground would be that we include in here that when this policy is approved or changed, that a proactive notification be sent to the council such that there's nothing that we miss, right? And if we do disagree with some change that comes down the pike, we could revisit the ordinance and say, no, we are not the Board of Public Safety. We are not approving or drafting policies. But if we disagree with the direction, we can fix it at the ordinance level without being the policy makers. So that would be my suggestion, is maybe to just soften the language there, that we don't need to ratify it, but that a notification be pushed out to all members of the council upon ratification or change to the policy.
Thank you. Just for the record, the Board of Public Safety is a public body, and it does have to follow open meetings posting. So any change, any vote that they would have to be a public presentation, a public, just like this. So the Board of Public Safety, they do have to follow the public the public meetings laws.
Yeah, I think that's fair, but as the bridge between us becoming the approving body for their policies and just letting them continue to do whatever they do in their lane, I don't know that all of us read every single Board of Public Safety agenda and minutes in order to potentially catch what might be a small change but significant to this particular policy. So, I mean, if we really want to keep our eyes on it because we think it's that important, without the scope creep of moving into areas that we do not, or have not in the past had direct oversight to, just was suggesting that as a middle ground, but I'm sure the lawyers will have other ideas. Thank you.
Speaking of lawyers, Councilman Sinapi.
So just, it's no secret that despite our police force being exemplary, that we've had issues with recruitment. I'll bet a great deal of money that if we as a council decide we're going to now start dictating what the police do over and above what is already under the charter and the ordinances, that we will have a much larger issue with recruitment and, more importantly, retention. We can't afford to lose the fine officers we already have, and we don't want to, frankly. We paid a great deal of time and effort to train them, get them up to speed, and to integrate them. Just to lose them because we want control over something new and different, and that worries us. Because again, new and different is going to happen over and over and over again. This is going to be far from the last new technology that comes along that everyone is concerned about. I mean, it's not hard to imagine. Almost every day something new and crazy comes out that no one even foresaw. So to start now dictating every little thing is a colossally bad idea, especially when it's basically saying by law that we do not trust the police department or the Board of Public Safety when they've given us every reason to trust them. I get it if there was this was in the wake of a bunch of scandals, they can't get it together, but it's not. Quite the opposite, in fact. So I don't see why the presumption now that they don't have it together, so we have to take over, even if it's only this one thing. It seems unfair, to put it lightly. I think Councilman Gebhardt's point is valid when it says, look, if it comes out that we don't like the direction they're going, sure, then you can step in. That's the fair moment to do so, as far as, look, we gave you a chance, it didn't work out. But to say we don't trust you to even give you that chance, I think is not warranted by the facts.
Thank you. Have you already spoken on this one, Councilman Ricks? I'm going to go back to the sponsor if not.
I don't believe I've spoken on this particular one. I could
Okay.
be mistaken.
I don't think so
but,
either. So I just want to give everyone a first shot, and then I'll go back to the sponsor of the person who made the amendment. Councilman Ricks.
I apologize. I was going to speak out of order. I honestly thought that we were done speaking on Councilman Lattiser's amendment. So please, Mr. President, continue. We're still speaking on Councilman Lattiser's amendment, yes.
Yes.
Yes, sir. Just on Councilman Lattiser's amendment. Councilman Rex.
So I don't want to pretend that I'm an expert on administrative law, but I think that we may be getting ourselves into some dangerous territory with having a procedure where clearly the legislative body has a certain role in its ability to pass ordinances and regulate ALPR technology. Otherwise, we wouldn't be having this ordinance discussed in the very first place. So by deferring certain authority to the Board of Public Safety or to it is the Board of Public Safety, which is a public body, but that is, to do so would be to constrain this city council as well as future city councils through a certain procedure passed by a majority of the present city council and flipping the need to have 5 votes or a majority vote for future changes from that to effectively allow changes to a policy to be made without a majority of the council, where a change in the future could be made by the Board of Public Safety, and then it would require a majority of the city council to effectively override. That gets into some constitutional issues in terms of what power exactly this city council is allowed to delegate. What comes to mind is Chevron deference as modified by the Skidmore decision. This is all federal U.S. Supreme Court, but obviously has some implications here at the local level as well as at the state level. I'm not sure exactly what the equivalents are here in Rhode Island to those decisions that are coming out at the federal level, but the same principles generally apply, where you can't have one city council bind future city councils. If we decided that, oh, we have a great idea, we're going to pass a certain ordinance, and it's such a great idea that we're going to require unanimous consent. I'm taking an extreme example here. We're going to require unanimous consent to repeal this great ordinance at any point in the future. Well, that would be unconstitutional. We're not allowed to bind future city councils like that. It really just has to be a plain old majority vote. So if then we're further complicating it by deferring the authority to a different body, regardless of whether or not the Board of Public Safety could be considered an administrative or executive body versus a legislative body. Either way, we as the city council, as a body, would be deferring that authority in a way that's improper, and the mere act of doing that could throw the entire policy into jeopardy under constitutional grounds. And as we all know, one of the most litigated areas when it comes to constitutional law, really we're talking about criminal law, because that's where you get challenges on the basis of constitutionality in our court system every single day. And so then if
Councilman, we just want to keep it just on this. We're going down the rabbit hole. Just on your thoughts on this amendment, and then.
Okay, I'll make it really simple. If this amendment, if we were to defer our authority, then it throws everything into question. And any entrepreneuring creative attorney defending any defendant where ALPR data is being used, convictions can be thrown out, and that could undermine the entire purpose of everything that is trying to be accomplished by the ALPR technology being used. So I think that we have to think very long and hard before deferring our legislative authority.
Councilman, any other council members who haven't got a chance to speak? Councilman Lattiser.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. Through the chair, the chief. Chief, I did not intend, nor did I mean to imply that you would change anything and no one would know about it. That was not intent, nor did I mean to imply that. What we're voting on, or what we could be voting on this evening or at another time, is PCO 6-22 with a whole bunch of amendments. Once the vote is taken on this, assuming that it passes with its amendments, that doesn't mean that this is the way this entire ordinance has to remain. What we pass has to remain because that's an ordinance and that's what is required to be included in the policy. Once we pass that here, then it returns back to the police department for further review, for further discussion, etc. And there is opportunity that some amendments could be made by the police department. Then it goes to the Board of Public Safety. They can review it. And as I understand it, they also could make their own amendments or changes, vote on it, and then it's done. This is the way I understand it. Maybe I misunderstand.
Councilman,
And also, a point that was made by, I forget who, might have been the colonel. Once this passes in whatever form it passes, whether it be by the Board of Public Safety alone or reverting back to the council for ratification, once it passes, if it passes, any new changes would have to come back to the city council for approval. Is that correct?
That point is correct. The prior point, I think you're confusing the policy with the ordinance. The ordinance won't go over to the Board of Public Safety for their changes. It won't come to me for my changes. The ordinance, as voted upon, will be the ordinance.
Correct,
That
I
won't get
understand
changed.
that.
Okay.
I'm talking about the policy goes over to the Board of Public Safety.
Policy will go to the Board of Public Safety as soon as I can get it on the docket. Once they take a look at it, and approve it, it will go directly to you and the mayor
And
for your
the-
review. And any subsequent changes that are made in the future, the same process will take place.
Correct, okay. So the ordinance will now, again, let's just say it passes, okay? So the ordinance passes and now it becomes part of your policy. These ordinances that shall occur, they must, by ordinance, be part of your policy,
I would agree with that.
correct?
Yes, what we're considering here this evening is setting the ultimate guardrails that the policy as drafted by the police department, subject to the approval, not the amendment or legislative function. They're essentially an extra vetting board to make sure that the policies are consistent and within the scope and, using their subject matter expertise just to ensure that an additional layer of accountability. But it's the police department that will present their plan for the approval, not for a legislative function of them to amend or anything like that. It would be a review for them to say yes or no to. And then, but whatever the policy is that's presented to them by the police department is subject to whatever guardrails this ordinance would say.
So the long and the short of it is, the only say we have on the policy is what we approve in PCO 6-22. Once PCO 6-22 is approved, the city council has no say in the policy.
I would argue that the council always can assert its legislative function into setting the ultimate policy.
How?
That's what this ordinance is.
How?
Now, through amendments of the ordinance.
Through the amendments in our ordinance.
If this council or a future council is unsatisfied with the status of the ordinance, it is subject to revision by any member of the council presenting an ordinance to a PCO to attempt to change it.
So to put it a different way, if this council or any future council is not content with the policy, the city council would have to change the ordinance to deal with whatever they happen to disagree with in the policy.
As was previously discussed by Councilman Ricks, it's well known that one council cannot bind another, and the action of one is always subject to revision by another, or even the same body. So if the council were to approve both a framework as presented in an ordinance, a policy would get potentially approved in such a way. Should the council go all the way down the road of purchasing items and then ultimately installing it and experiencing it, the council can still assert its perspective as to what's going on the ground at any point in time by amending the ordinance. So if there's gaps that need to be filled in, it's subject to potential amendment of the ordinance, or potentially the police department could do it themselves proactively through the process set up under the ordinance so that it can be updated quickly and not necessarily have to wait for us should there be a situation like that. So there are many vehicles for setting parameters or even removing them down the road should it not be a pleasurable or appropriate experience.
Okay, Mr. President, given this information and that I'm clearer on where this could go, may go, what alternatives there would be for the city council should we not be content going forward. And I want to reiterate that this has nothing to do with distrust of the police department or of the Board of Public Safety or of this colonel. Has nothing to do with that. Given that we do have other avenues to move forward on this and propose changes going forward, I will withdraw my motion.
Okay, the motion is withdrawn. Councilman Howe.
Thank you, Mr. President. Seeing the discussion and the amendments that were made, I would move to hold this item till the next available date.
Let's get a date. Looks like it's going to get seconded, but do you have a date in mind? I would put it out at least a month. Recommend. It's your
I'm fine
motion.
with that. I'm fine with that. Whatever the solicitor determines is the best so that our due diligence is done.
I think
September.
The second meeting is September
19th.
September 19th.
Make a motion to hold this item until September 19th.
Do we have a second? Second by Councilman Foley, Councilman Ricks, Councilman McRae, Councilwoman Travis, Councilman Lattiser.
Mr. President, just one point on that, if I may. We have held voting on the cameras until September 19th as well.
Mm-hmm.
Do you want to leave that in place, or do you want to change that as well? Do you want to deal with both of these issues the same night?
Yeah, no, I think we need to get a policy in place before we would take any vote on a,
Right.
is 2 weeks enough time for this body to get their information, reach out? I think
I agree
if we're
with
going to
you
hold,
on-
I think we should wait for the public safety so we can see the policy.
Yeah. I agree with you on that.
No, I was just going to suggest that at this time, the point that Councilman Lattiser is making is we're not sure how long the bid could or should be postponed to, but at that next meeting that we take up the ordinance, we may have better insight. So it may be appropriate to have it on that calendar so that we can decide where best to put it at a later date rather than arbitrarily choosing a date at this time that may or may not fit the timelines that need to be met. So I don't. it's up to the council, but we've already held it to that item. If it needs to be further delayed, that's one option, but at that meeting, we could always hold
Correct.
it to a more particular date that would be in line with whatever other actions could be taken at that meeting.
Yeah, I would think that's the intent of the council, that we're going to do an ordinance before we even consider taking up a vote. So even though it's the same date that.
That was my point.
Yeah.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah. So that's been second to hold. Roll call to, motion to hold until the second meeting in September.
Mr. Mcallis?
Yes.
Mr. Foley? Mr. Gephardt?
Yes.
Mr. Howe?
Yes.
Mr. Lattiser?
Yes.
Mr. McElroy?
Yes.
Mr. Ricks?
Yes.
Mr. Sinapi? Ms. Travis? Nine yes to hold.
Thank you. And I just want to thank the Colonel. I want to thank the members of the public that came here and thank the council. I know that was a lot and there was a lot of discussion, a lot of moving around, but that's how the sausage is made, as they say. And these policies are very important. And I would recommend that members of the public reach out to their council members, and council members work with the Colonel, work with the Board of Public Safety. Let's keep the discussion going. This is a very important issue, and I think we had a very good discussion tonight. I want to thank the Colonel for your time and on this, and the administration as well. Next up on the agenda is number 4, PCR 78-22, Committee Report, Public Safety. Councilman McElroy, if you could move that for Councilman Foley at Public Safety. I believe it's favorable for $300 for the claim for Paul DiPetrillo.
Yes.
And second by Councilman Ricks. Any questions on this that hasn't already been asked? Did we already do that?
Mr. President,
We
I
already did
believe
that.
we just started new business, so next on the list would be PCR 91-22.
Correct. Yes, you are correct. I apologize. We are now on number 2 under new business. PCR 91-22, a resolution extending a commission to examine possible means of tax relief for Warwick property owners through tax exemptions. Committee report, intergovernmental.
Favorable.
For action, Councilman Ricks.
Move favorable action.
Moved favorable action, second by Councilman Lattiser. Any questions or comments? Hearing none, the clerk will call the roll for favorable action.
Mr. McAllister?
Yes.
Mr. Foley? Mr. Gephardt? Yes. Mr. Howe?
Yes.
Mr. Lattiser?
Yes.
Mr. McElroy?
Yes.
Mr. Ricks?
Yes.
Mr. Sinapi?
Yes.
Ms. Travis?
Yes.
9 yes.
Thank you. The motion passes. Number 3 this evening is PCR 93-22, Committee Report, Intergovernmental.
Favorable action, Mr.
For
President.
action, Councilwoman Travis.
I move favorable action on PCR-93-22.
Thank you. Second by Councilman Howe and Councilman Foley. Any questions on this that were not asked in intergovernmental earlier this evening? Hearing none, the clerk will call the roll for favorable action.
Mr. McAllister?
Yes.
Mr. Foley? Mr. Gephardt? Yes. Mr. Howe?
Yes.
Mr. Lattiser?
Yes.
Mr. McElroy?
Yes.
Mr. Ricks?
Yes.
Mr. Sinapi? Yes. Ms. Travis?
Yes.
9 yes. Motion passes.
And thank you. Number 4 this evening is PCR 94-22, Committee Report, Public Safety. For action, Councilwoman Travis, can you move that for me, please?
I move favorable action on PCR-94-92.
Second by
22.
Councilman Lattiser. Thank you. Second by Councilman Lattiser and Councilman Howe. Any questions or comments that were not asked earlier this evening in Public Safety Committee? Hearing none, the clerk will call the roll for favorable action.
Mr. McAllister?
Yes.
Mr. Foley? Mr. Gephardt? Yes. Mr. Howe?
Yes.
Mr. Lattiser?
Yes.
Mr. McElroy?
Yes.
Mr. Ricks?
Yes.
Mr. Sinapi? Yes. Ms. Travis?
Yes.
9 yes. Motion passes.
Thank you. Number 5 this evening is PCR 95-22, Committee Report, Public Safety. I believe this was held to September
No, held till
19th.
September 19th.
Yeah. The recommendation was to hold to September 19th. Number 6 this evening is PCR 96-22, Committee Report, Public Properties.
Recommend favorable action.
For action, Councilwoman Travis.
Yes, move favorable action on PCR-96-22.
Second by Councilman Lattiser and Councilman Howe. Any questions or comments that were not asked earlier this evening in committee? Hearing none, the clerk will call the roll for favorable action.
Mr. McAllister?
Yes.
Mr. Foley? Mr. Gephardt? Yes. Mr. Howe?
Yes.
Mr. Lattiser?
Yes.
Mr. McElroy?
Yes.
Mr. Ricks?
Yes.
Mr. Sinapi? Yes. Ms. Travis?
Yes.
9 yes. Motion passes.
Thank you. The motion passes. We're now moving to unanimous consent. Ward 1, anything to docket under unanimous consent? Ward 2.
Pass.
Ward 3.
Pass.
Ward 4.
Pass.
Ward 5.
Pass.
Ward 6.
Pass.
Ward 7 passes. Ward 8. Ward 9. Councilwoman Travis.
If there be no further business by this honorable body, I move to a docket session.
Any objection? All in favor to move the docket session, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? We are now in the docket session. Ward 1, anything to docket this evening? Ward 2.
Pass.
Ward 3.
One item, Mr. President, for an ordinance regards to illegal dumping in private dumpsters.
Ordinance Committee.
Thank you, Mr. President. That's
You're
all.
welcome. Ward 4.
Pass.
Ward 5.
Pass.
Ward 6.
Pass.
Ward 7 passes. Ward 8.
I have two. Resolution to rename Kettle Street to George Sears Greenway.
Public properties.
And resolution to the state DOT in regards to the installation of a traffic signal at the intersection of Cedar Pond Drive and Centerville Road.
Intergovernmental. Ward 9. All right. Good work, everybody, this evening. Thank you very much, and we'll see you in 2 weeks.